¿Se escucha? Sí, estamos bien. Muy bienvenidos al Seminario Internacional.
Welcome to the International Seminar for Teacher Training, advanced training based on practice. We have very happy to receive different people who dedicate themselves to teacher training. We have two doctors here today with us who are in charge of teacher training. We will start off with them very soon. I welcome you all. I'd like to thank you for attending, those of you who are with us and those who are logging on also. We have two channels, one in English, Spanish and one in English. And I'd like to tell you also that this morning everyone who subscribed here online or in person obtained a QR code to receive all questions that you may have, any questions you may have. So we request you that this morning you can fill in these form all questions so we can arrange it at the end. If you need to log on to
ahora para que puedan acceder. Es la L mayúscula, LUN, pero solo la L mayúscula, 30 con número CEP del mes de septiembre 2024. La voy a volver a repetir. LUN con mayúscula, 30 CEP 2024. Hay personas que en el primer intento no les funcionó, al segundo sí. Así que para que usen la USS.
Now the toilets or the restrooms, you need to use the toilets. Just go outside this hall, go up the stairs from the main hall, and to your left you will find a cafeteria there. You have to go into the cafeteria, and then at the end we have the male and female toilet. You are cordially welcome, therefore. We give the floor to our Dean, Victor Ruiz.
¿Qué tal? Muy
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For me, it truly is a pleasure to see so many familiar faces here and to learning about this everything on teacher training. I will not speak for long. Nevertheless, within these formalities, please, I ask you, I brought a discourse to present before all of you. I had written this discourse not just because I have bad memory, but because I do not want to forget certain important things.
Algo acá es agradecimiento.
I bring you their acknowledgements and thanks as well. This event has been organized and summoned by Mineduc.
Facultad, la universidad.
The faculty, the universities were awarded to this in 2020.
Esto ha permitido a la Facultad de Educación de la Universidad San Sebastián desarrollar estructura y capacidades para innovar en la formación docente. Estructura, espacios, sistemas y capacidades en el cuerpo.
And skills in the academic body.
De la Universidad San Sebastián.
On behalf of San Sebastián University, we'd like to thank you for your support. Secondly, I'd like to thank the team of the department and faculty for responsible of this event, FDI, Mr. Alegría, Mr. Guzman, Gorochotegui as well, Pamela Mera and Jessica Bastias as well. This project, due to its magnitude, has implied not only spaces of innovation, but also different skills and conversations. This had been installed already when I became dean of this faculty, and it's a privilege to have this intention of improvement, of constant improvement. It is necessary to understand the acknowledge Miss the previous Dean of the Faculty of Education, Ms. Duran. Part of Ana Luz's team is here present today. I'd like to thank him also. This seminar, therefore, is one of the latest activities of the FDI project, and this is the reason why we wanted to focus on the gist of what we do. This was the decision by the team responsible and my own. Well, to make use of the latest resources to go back to the heart of what we do. The question is, what do? We train future teachers. To train future teachers, professors, is a complex task, nevertheless shared by many institutions in Chile and in the world. And I will pause, because if you shared views, you may, with other colleagues, you may find somebody who does exactly what you do, but in another Chilean institution. That seems to us already of utmost relevance in what is going on today. And there are students from the Faculty of Education who are here present to learn about this as well. It makes sense that all questions regarding what knowledge, skills and availabilities, or how are we going to train teachers and with what purpose, let us try to under collaboration. So before this event, we have the baseline, learning and collaboration. That's the whole foundation of all of this. So, this is on a personal note, nevertheless. Let's make most of this space, because it truly is a space which is truly protected of technical conversation, to learn and to improve what we do, and that is a privilege already, I believe. I'd like to sincerely thank Ms. Janet Carlson and Sarah Kavana for accepting our invitation and flying from so far away to be here with us. Both have a vast trajectory connecting research with teacher training, with different practices and practitioners. Is a word that I like very much, because they're not just professionals, if not those who actually do the job. And they do it, and Sarah and Janet have carried this out in many difficult faculties of education and in very special spaces. Janet will tell us a little bit more about this, and I have a cheat sheet on her vast experience. But I just wanted to say, what we want to generate today is not just based on her experience, but their experiences. Reflects what we do and how we can improve.
Agradecimiento.
The last acknowledgement is for yourselves, of course, teacher trainers, people who make decisions on teacher training, students. And the reason is because this, if not, this session would not be possible. I'd like to everybody here present today and logged on as well. We have more than 150 people logged on. I'd like to thank for the sense of responsibility and accountability on our labor. I see this every day, and that is basically the foundation of what we do. And I request you all to never forget, at least for me, two main things. One is that teacher trainings, we are the first to learn, basically, the first apprentices. So always look at ourselves in a retrospective, and to never forget those people who are expecting the arts and the profession of those who we train. Let us never forget our students, who will be always present here today.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for being with us today and making most of this space and this day of collaboration and professional conversation and dialogue. And lastly, we haven't done this by ourselves. We count with the presence of Janet and Sarah. Has been a joint task of at least two institutions which are with us today, plus a few more. The Faculty of Education of the University, Diego Portales, and the Dean, Paula Decano, and Los Andes, Ms. Tornero. And it could be all morning naming different people who are key people who are here present today. Nevertheless, this has also been part of this collaboration, and let us hope that it's not the only space, if not the first of many to come. Thank you very much, and let us begin. Thank you. I will give the floor now to Miss Janet Carlson. She's Professor Emerita of the University of Stanford.
Janet es profesora emérito, profesora
The University of Stanford, and the latest task has been in the CSET. Did I say that properly? CSET is a center of the University of Stanford and the Faculty of Education to accompany schools and training institutions, improving teaching and learning. And Janet she has been a professor now, but especially she has worked very closely with practitioners and researchers to be in charge of all challenging tasks and teacher training. Janet's curriculum, you all know about it, so I'm just going to mention briefly that. And Janet, please.
Gracias por estar acá.
Good morning.
Buenos días. Muchas gracias por recibirme aquí hoy. Como mencionó Víctor, yo no estaría aquí sin la colaboración y la conexión profesional y personal que tengo con Víctor, que he tenido por muchos años con Paula y recientemente entre Víctor y Paula con Bernardita también. La idea que 3 universidades están colaborando para así traernos a mí y a Sara aquí a Chile es muy emocionante. Mientras más podemos hablar sobre nuestra profesión y no preocuparse sobre las fronteras, los límites territoriales, más enriquecedora es nuestro trabajo, porque nuestro trabajo son los niños.
Talk to each other. Ah, thank you. Okay. All right, you have 5 seconds left. Finish the sentence you're on. All right. Think about your conversation. Think about what you had in common. And I want about 3 people to share something that you had in common. All right, so in their conversation, what they discovered was that it took effort, and that effort of learning also changed some thoughts that they had before. Is that pretty good? Okay. All right, who's got another thing that you discovered in common? And I have an earpiece, so if you want to speak in Spanish, it's fine.
We talk about 2 different experiences of their childhood, and one thing in common is that always someone was with us. Someone was encouraging us to do it, taking us to the place of the...
That's a wonderful thing that they've just noted. They weren't alone. There was somebody supporting, maybe scaffolding. All right, so we have this idea that it took effort and to change something. We have support. Let's get a third idea.
Hola, nosotros llegamos a la conclusión de que el desafío cognitivo era un elemento común que tenían las experiencias que compartimos en términos de que modificó nuestras
Find our previous conceptions in one way that amazed us, really, and it became significative.
Oh, thank you, Valentina.
Muchas gracias, Valentina.
In that answer, you
Con
hear
esa
the
respuesta,
connection to the
escuchan la
cognitive
conexión
change
del cambio
that our first group shared,
cognitivo que
but also
compartió el
you
primer
hear
equipo,
that
pero
sense
también
of
se escucha
amazement, that
esa
wonder,
sensación de
right? A powerful
maravilla,
learning
una
experience
experiencia de aprendizaje
changes
maravillosa,
something
cambia
cognitively,
algo
and that's
cognitivamente
actually a
hablando,
biological
y es
process
un proceso
where,
biológico, de
neural
hecho,
paths
donde
get rewired.
hay una
And
reconexión
it
de las
has an
neuronas, y
affect.
hay
There's
un afecto
something
también, hay
powerful,
algo potente,
amazing,
poderoso,
wonderful
maravilloso,
about
fantástico
learning.
sobre el aprendizaje.
Keep those ideas in mind. That's your own experience.
Esa es su propia experiencia.
We want to look
Ahora
at
queremos ver
this question.
considerar esta pregunta.
What does research tell us?
¿Qué nos
That was
indica
your
la
personal
investigación? Esa
experience.
fue su experiencia
Let's look at what
personal.
research
Veamos
has to
qué
say
dice la
about the
investigación
most
sobre
effective ways
la manera más, o
to
las maneras más
provide
efectivas de
what I'm now
proporcionar
gonna call
lo que voy a
high quality
denominar
learning experiences
una
for
experiencia
teachers.
de alta calidad
We'll think of
de
high
aprendizaje
quality
para
as
los
a
profesores.
research-based
Eso va a ser
phrase
una
that
frase
maps onto
que
powerful. All right, that
se conecta
powerful
con esa
doesn't tend to
experiencia
be a word used
potente
in
o poderosa. No se utiliza esa palabra generalmente en la...
And in order to understand what research tells us about powerful or high quality learning experiences, it also helps us to know what is typical. So on this next slide, what is common in learning experiences, especially for teachers, and a lot of this research is from professional learning experiences of teachers who are already in the classroom. We find that there is a tendency toward learning focused on the individual, all right? That already contradicts what our first group said, our second group about having somebody there. It often just is one time that you get exposed to something. It can be a series of unrelated topics. There's an external expert. There's a role for external experts, but deeper learning happens when there are also professional and collegial relationships. It can be passive, sitting and just listening. It can focus on skill development independent of knowledge. It's atheoretical. We're not linking theory and practice. It can be focused on quick fix. How can we make this better fast? And it has an emphasis on training, not learning. So that's a common experience. Most of this data is from the US, but as Victor mentioned, I have had the opportunity to work around the world, and these are typical characteristics in many countries of how we try to teach teachers. And that flies in the face of what we know from research. What research would tell us is that learning is a shared process, that it needs to be sustained. It can't be just one time. That for teachers, the thing that you're teaching has to be related to something going on in the school, something that's real and relevant to the teacher. It should pull from internal expertise. Look at, in 90 seconds, the 3 important ideas that came out of this group. That's our internal expertise. You bring that knowledge. Just like the teachers that you work with or the pre-service teachers you work with, they bring knowledge to the classroom. And out of respect to them, we need to build on that. The process also needs to be active. It needs to attend to the how and why of teaching, not just be, here's the information. But this is why it matters. This is how it changes things in the classroom. Should be grounded in research. If we want things to be long-lasting, we need to accept that the process might be a long process, a slow process, so that we can get those cognitive changes. And we need to be oriented toward learning, not training. This is what research tells us if we want long-lasting, meaningful change. So let's look at what that process comes out to if we're going to do what I call transformative learning, all right? There's a kind of accumulated information that just builds on what you already know. Transformative learning is that powerful, makes you rethink. You have that moment of amazement. In order for that to happen, one of the things we know from psychology is we have to create cognitive dissonance. Something has to make us question what we already know. We have to feel a little bit of uncomfortable. However, if we want the learning to stick, then we have to provide opportunities to resolve that dissonance, to bring that disequilibrium into equilibrium. And that's a piece that can take some time. When we take these ideas about learning and apply them to teaching, this cognitive dissonance and opportunity to resolve it needs to have a connection to students. Like, I'm learning this because I'm going to change something in my classroom because I want to improve student learning. In order to do that, teachers need a repertoire of practice to support that new understanding. They may now know something that they want to do differently in their classroom, but how are they going to do it? That's that repertoire of practice, and that's a big piece of what Sarah and I will dig into today under the core practice label. And just like the previous slide where I said this needs to be sustained, you go through this cycle many times. It's not a one-time. So these are big ideas that have been around for decades, but getting them into practice and changing teacher education has been a much slower process. So let's think about, if we want to focus on transformative teacher learning, what is it we need to take into account? And I'm going to present, this is where I'm going to present 2 models. I want to start with the history of pedagogical content knowledge, PCK. This is Lee Schulman. He's the person that came up with this concept, and it was a theoretical construct, not a research-based construct when he started. In the decades since he put this work out, there's been a lot of research. And what he says is PCK, pedagogical content knowledge, is that special amalgam of content and pedagogy that comes together very uniquely for teachers. And it's their own special form of professional understanding. Knowing great works of literature is not the same as teaching others to understand those great works of literature. And that's the magic of teaching, the PCK. It isn't actually magic. There are things we can do to develop PCK. But when you see it in action, that really good teacher that brings out the understanding, it feels like magic. That definition is from 1986. As I mentioned, it's quite theoretical. I've been working with an international group for more than 10 years now to look at how do we research PCK, what can we measure, how can we study it, how can we improve it. And in order to do that, we had to develop a common definition across researchers. And so in 2015, we published this two-part definition, and it's, you can tell it's from researchers. It's a little bit of a funny wording, okay? It's the knowledge of, the reasoning behind, and the planning for teaching a particular topic in a particular way to particular students for a particular purpose so that we get enhanced student outcomes. Short, we want more learning, but we have to pay attention to all these details. So that's the knowledge piece. The knowledge piece has to be coupled with what you're going to do as a teacher. And so the rest of the definition of PCK is, this is the act of teaching a particular topic in a particular way, for a particular purpose, to particular students, for enhanced student outcomes. In other words, PCK is not general. It's very specific. What I know about how to teach photosynthesis cannot be transferred to how we teach about great works of literature. There are general pedagogical things that transfer, but the specifics of how I help you understand a science concept, that's my unique PCK. By the way, you will find that I give science examples. I started out my career as a science teacher. So I taught 13 through 18-year-olds in middle and high school about life science. So most of my examples come from that world. Okay. All right, so behind that definition is this model. And we're going to unpack the model. What I love about this model is that it represents just how complex teaching is. On the right-hand side is the key to all the symbols that are in the complex diagram. And what's, I think, most important to know, I'm going to turn away from the mic for a minute, but what I'm going to point out is the central placement of the teacher. Do I have a pointer? Oh, here we go. Right here is our teacher, right in the center. And the teacher is surrounded by their current students, these filled in orange people, and one ring out, we have all their former students and their colleagues. So in other words, what you know and do as a teacher is influenced by who your students are and all the students that you've had. Those inner rings are where our PCK resides. It sits on, let's go to the next slide, a whole bunch of knowledge bases. PCK doesn't exist by itself. We have to have content knowledge. That's on the left-hand side, and that's bigger on purpose. That is the best documented component of knowledge that we know influences the quality of student outcomes. Without deep content knowledge, students don't learn content, without the teacher having deep content knowledge. However, that content knowledge has to be coupled with the knowledge bases we have on the other side. General pedagogical knowledge, knowledge of their students, curricular knowledge, knowledge of assessment, and knowledge of, what did I forget? No, I did them all. Curriculum, assessment, students, and general pedagogy, right? So all those pieces underlie the PCK. But I want to dig into the PCK part of it, so we're going to dive into the middle part. See this dark blue ring where it says collective PCK? This is everything everybody knows. It's what's published in research journals. It's the craft knowledge that teachers hold. There's a whole lot of knowledge out there. That knowledge gets filtered through a context. And that context both filters and amplifies what gets to the teacher. Context can be the culture of the school that you're in, a recent government policy, a new set of standards. There's many, many things that go in that context circle. And everything that happens in a classroom and a teacher experiences comes through that. That informs a teacher's personal PCK, and this is everything that that individual teacher knows from a knowledge point of view and knows about how to do, so it informs their actions in the classroom. So it's not necessarily what they're doing at this moment, but it is the wealth of knowledge and skills that they have. When we're in the classroom or when we're working with a teacher, this is what we're able to see. This is the active teaching to include planning, the actual teaching of the lesson, and the reflection on the lesson. That pedagogical reasoning, this is the PCK that when we go into a classroom and make observations, that's what you're getting to see, or when you examine a lesson plan that a teacher has written. All right, so that from a research point of view, this is what we have the best chance of seeing. From a teacher education point of view, this is what you have to work with. This is also the place where we make the link to core practices, because something has to happen in here. You can't do the teaching if you don't have some practices. So from that more abstract model, let's get a little more practical and look at how we deepen PCK by using core practices. I'm going to start by doing just a very quick overview of kind of what are core practices, and then I'm going to use a particular example that's the core practice we use the most in the work that I do. Whoops, went too fast. Okay, I'm going to do this quickly because I want to make sure we have time for our video. Core practices are central to the daily work of teaching. They are central as documented in research to student learning. Every one of the core practices that you will see published by different groups has a research connection back to student learning. And they are fundamentally able to cross different curricula and different approaches to teaching. So it doesn't have a particular philosophical orientation. In the work that both Sarah and I do, we position our core practice work in a philosophy of teaching. But they do have the ability to cross different philosophies. So what they're not is a list of competencies. It's not a checklist of kind of what people do. They're practices to inform decisions in the classroom. And very importantly, whoops, I keep forgetting, they're not divorced from theory. As I mentioned, they're grounded in the research on how students learn. And that's important. These aren't random things to do. They're substantiated. This I'm only going to leave up here for a second. The UDP faculty has translated the University of Michigan practices into Spanish. So if you want access to that, quick grab a picture of that QR code. And we're not going to do anything with that today, but I wanted you to have it as a resource for when you're thinking after the talk. All right. And I can put it back up during Q&A if that helps. For those of you that got a picture, did it work? You got it? Okay. All right. I'm going to move on, but if you need it later, just ask me during the question and answer. I'm going to mention 3 core practices that at CSET we found to be essential to our work. When you look at the list of core practices, there are way more than 3. These three we chose for a couple of reasons. One being we could use them in different disciplines. We work mostly in science, social studies, literature, language arts, and mathematics, and discussion, or as we call it, productive discussion, eliciting student thinking, and formative assessment crossed those content areas really well. And we chose those because we wanted school teams of teachers to be able to have conversations across disciplines. And today I'm just going to focus on discussion. And these are the reasons why we focus on discussion. The link between high quality discussion, productive discussion, and student learning is very strong. It lets students build on each other's ideas. You can make time for individual sense making. If you use the core practices of high quality discussions, you can also have equity of voice. And it allows students to develop what we call academic language in the US, the vocabulary of a discipline. Because as they're trying to explain things, they'll find that they need those technical terms. And that's really different than just teaching vocabulary words. So to think about why this is such an important practice, let's look at a statistic from the US. Okay. So US researchers did a study looking at how often or how long an exchange of ideas either between students or between the teacher and students lasted. Shout out how long you think on average, this is in the middle and high school, how long a conversation about ideas happened between students or teachers? What do you think? 30 seconds, what else? 10? 10 minutes? Okay, 1 minute. All right, so we've got a pretty big range. Well, in the US, whoops, okay. We have an average of 15 seconds. So that means some conversations are less than that, some are a little bit more. This is not good. All right, something has to change if discussion is so important to learning. I don't have similar data for Chile. I did a Google photo search to say, what do classrooms in Chile look like? Or in Santiago, Chile look like? These are some photos that Google gave me. Does that look familiar? Okay. If this is what a classroom looks like, how much discussion do you think is happening? Okay. None. Maybe 15 seconds. We might be generous. Okay. All right. Think about the schools that you work with and what you would like to see happening or some great things you've seen happening. And I want you to just turn and talk. This is only going to be 30 seconds. What might a great discussion look like? How would you define a great discussion? All right, talk to each other. Oh, okay. Okay, finish the sentence you're on. All right, you have that image in your head. Hold that image. We're going to walk our way up to that image. We're going to go backwards first to what's typical. All right, what's typical is a pattern that we refer to as initiate, respond, evaluate. The teacher initiates the question, student responds, the teacher lets you know how well you did. All right? Teacher does most of the intellectual work in this model. You're accessing what students already know. You're not supporting the development of new learning. And you're pretty much always arriving at fixed interpretations because it's about figuring out what answer the teacher wants. And that often is represented by somewhat inauthentic questions, meaning they're not questions that the students have. And it can look like this. Here's an example from a science classroom. Teacher says, what do we know about photosynthesis? Student says, it's how plants make food. Teacher says, good. All right, initiated, responded, evaluated. What else? Another student rattles off the chemical equation for photosynthesis. Teacher just says, very nice. All right, initiate, respond, evaluate. Aren't you excited? Don't you want to go to science class now? Yeah, okay. All right, so let's walk over to our literature class. And in this case, the teacher says, what do we know about Lady Macbeth? Student says she's ambitious. Teacher says, good. Now, do you want to go to literature class? I mean, this is not exciting, right? Whereas the teacher started out in a great place. Like, what do we know about Lady Macbeth? That's a wonderful open question. This could be a really fun discussion. But it just got killed off, right? One student answered, teacher said good, moved on. So we've got potential here, but we're far from having a productive discussion. Oh, whoops. There you go. Catch up my slides, sorry. And so my challenge to you, to me, to everyone in teacher education is, can we create a bigger vision? Surely we can do better than that. I propose, as do others, that it is possible for us to have productive conversations, instructional conversations, there's lots of labels for this space, that include exploratory dialogic talk, where students are doing the intellectual work, where we explore and extend student understanding. We have a co-construction of interpretation, and we're working from authentic questions. This doesn't happen without practice and without learning about how to lead a discussion. But it's entirely possible. So I'm going to share a video with you, and what I want you to do as you watch this middle school science class is look for evidence of student thinking. What in this discussion shows you that students are thinking? I'll give you a little bit of background. The children are roughly 12, 13 years old. They're at the beginning of an instructional sequence where they're learning about electromagnetism, and they're trying to understand the relationship between electricity and magnets. And so they're very early, and we'll watch about the first 3.5 minutes of this video. And as we're watching it, look for the evidence of student learning. When we play the video, we might want to turn off some of the lights that are shining on the stage so that you could, there's English subtitles, there'll be a translation of the subtitles.
All right, let's put a thumbs up. If you think that the connection, the fields that Maribel and Garvey are talking about, if you think that's related to the force, that's positive vibrations, you're going to do a thumbs up. If you think it's probably not related to the force, you're going to do a thumbs down. You can do somewhere in the middle. What are you thinking?
Like this around.
Do you think
What do we mean by force?
What do you mean by the field?
And what do you mean by the fields? We got to see more about that. What do we mean?
I guess like around it, or like that particular spot, space to it.
Yeah.
So
It's around like where it can hit,
Like the middle.
where what can it?
like the force or
The magnets create the shock, because it couldn't be like right directly on the coil.
Couldn't be directly on the coil because it's not touching.
no.
So maybe there's some space in between. Have you ever noticed a field when dealing with magnets or electricity, have you ever noticed not quite touching something, but feeling the effect of electricity or magnetism?
When you, I don't know if y'all tried it, but when you flip one and you can't really put them together and you try, you can feel it like slip off.
Give me a thumbs up if you try that, having magnets and turning one around the other way. You can't push them together.
Yeah, I tried that.
And then you can put them on the table and then just do this and they'll like push away. You don't even have to touch them, you just do it.
And so is that what you guys are talking about when you say the feel? So there's something that's going on in the space between that we can't see. And that's what you mean by feel. What do you people think now? Anthony?
I don't think that, because if that was true, wouldn't it pull away from the coil?
So, okay, so you're saying so maybe that's going to push it the opposite way. So you're saying that you would feel that in the magnets? Say more about what you're saying.
Like, instead of just, so you have the magnet in your hand, the coil, you're putting the coil, wouldn't it push away if it was like what they just said?
What do you guys think?
No.
Did you have felt that in your hands?
So then, why if it's not magnetic, why is it connected? Why is it what? If it's not magnetic, then what's the point of saying that east and like there's two sides, the one that connects and the one that doesn't. So why
Barney, raise your hand. What do you think?
I think that like it still has a force. Like when you flip it, it's like a force, but it's like a negative force.
What do you mean?
Like a negative. I don't know. It's like the opposite of like. It's like when you flip it, like when it pulls like away, it's like a negative thing.
Okay. So like we're saying like a pushing force.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Joshua?
We have a question. When you said what you said, do you mean like if the coil isn't magnetic, what would the magnet have anything to do with it? Is that what you meant? Yeah, then I agree, because if the coil isn't really magnetic, then the magnet can't do anything but just sit there.
I mean, it does do something. It makes it work.
Speak louder so we can all hear.
I mean, it does do something. It makes it like louder, I guess, or it makes it work. It makes it run.
But the coil, yeah, but you can't. You could say it doesn't have. You could.
All right, that conversation goes on for at least another 3 or 4 minutes. Turn to somebody near you. It's just going to be 20 seconds. Talk about what you noticed, and then we'll do a little bit of large group share. All right, wrap up the sentence you're on. It's a fun video to discuss, isn't it? There's a lot going on. All right, let's share a couple of things. Let's get 3 ideas from people. What's something you noticed? Sure. Here's one. Yeah, good.
So here one of my partners was saying that what called her attention was how the teacher never evaluated, never said, like the typical like system that we saw before, the peer interaction.
Right.
The teacher doesn't evaluate, but just says develop that idea further, or in one opportunity he corrected a wrong like a mistake,
word,
a misconception.
Yeah.
But in order to continue the discussion. And the other thing, so that was one thing, that he facilitated the discussion by having them develop their ideas and build upon each other. And then the other thing was he built on prior knowledge.
Yes.
Like students were building, and that's something that we see on theory, but it's hard to see in practice, how to actually build the class upon their prior knowledge.
Yes. And he modeled that really well. What else did you notice? Way in the back, or halfway through, I guess.
Lo primero que noté fue la forma en que estaban sentados los estudiantes. No.
These days, they were like sat down however they wanted to be arranged at that moment. They felt more comfortable, it seems, to share their ideas as well. Also, the teacher was sort of directing the conversation, but not really asking constant questions. If not, what you're referring to with that? Let's complement your answer. He was like guided, but not asking constant questions, and they were like getting feedback as well. Así es un excelente, sí, muchas cosas complejas que usted realmente no.
Important. Now, it drives me crazy that the kids are sitting on the desks. But if it were my classroom, they'd be in a circle, but they wouldn't be sitting on the desk because I would be distracted thinking they were going to fall. But it works for him. And you can see that the conversation bounces around that circle. And it's not that the teacher is absent. It's what the moves are that the teacher makes, what kind of questions he makes, when he chooses to make a correction. And there are very few corrections, but he does it in a way that helps push the conversation forward. And he's drawing out ideas. Okay, I was going to say something you haven't said yet. Let's see, one more noticing. Yes?
One of the things that we discussed is just how much time the teacher allows for students to develop their ideas.
Yes.
Because there was one girl who spent quite a lot of time struggling to be able to articulate what she wanted to say. And the teacher wasn't in a hurry to move on.
Yes.
And I think that contrasts a lot with many of our classrooms where students give up and we immediately move to someone else.
That's a really valuable noticing, and I'll tell you, it's one of the things that teachers struggle with greatly when they're trying to shift their practice with discussion. The idea that a discussion takes up this much time is hard on teachers. They feel like they should move faster, they feel like they should cover more content. But if we look at why we want to promote academic discussion, high quality discussion, the reasons are it promotes students, encourages students to go deeper with their explanations. They're building off each other's ideas. They're doing that agree and disagree with each other. They're learning to ask each other questions, and they can summarize the group thinking. All of these actions that take time lead to better student learning outcomes. If I just do the kind of initiate, respond, evaluate examples, if that's the way I'm teaching, you can be pretty sure kids are not leaving that classroom with deeper understanding. They may leave with little facts and little bits of information, but they're not developing a complex conceptual understanding. The kids in that classroom were really grappling with what do magnets do? What is that pushing apart thing? How does electricity relate to? And that's really hard stuff. Like, I'm not sure I can explain it. But by the time these kids get to the end of the unit, they will have sophisticated explanations. And so that's why the time is a good investment. Yes. Ah, yes. Yes. So she's asking how many discussions like this would you have in a given unit. So this example is taken from a science curriculum that's actually open access, so you could use it here. And in a typical unit in this curriculum, which lasts 6 to 8 weeks, they're long, you would do this is called a scientist circle in this curriculum. You would do a scientist circle about 3 times over 6 to 8 weeks. And the scientist circles tend to be the longer discussions. In between, there's some shorter strategies that they use. They do a lot of posting of current ideas, and then they go back to that idea board and they look for what did we learn today? How does it match to the questions that we had? So there's a range of strategies, but in terms of this kind of discussion, it's happening about every other week. So, does that help? Yeah. Okay. All right, I am going to skip that one, and we're going to go to this one. Okay. All right. Hopefully I've established some sense, and you already had it when you walked in here anyway. Teaching is complex. Therefore, how we think about our teacher learning, what we're doing in our pre-service and our in-service courses matters quite a bit. In the work that we do at CSET, the Center to Support Excellence in Teaching, we rely heavily on this particular model. It's not our original model. We took it from the literature and the Core Practice Consortium, and then we did our own adaptation of it. And you can see there's 4 parts. In the center, it just generically says essential practice or core practice. You would put discussion in the middle, and then you would go through these 4 parts. In the first quadrant, you're learning the practice. This is a photo from a summer experience with early career teachers, and this professor is unpacking the nature of discussion in a literature class. In that unpacking, they're learning specific facilitation moves. In other words, we're not just saying, let's have a high-quality discussion. No, you have to break that apart. And these are some of the specific facilitation moves that we have our teachers learn and practice bit by bit. They watch videos, often much shorter. Like the one I just showed you, we would break it into many parts so you could focus on a specific move. In the second quadrant, this is where the learner, the teacher learner, starts to take up the practice and they do a rehearsal. That's one of the most common pedagogies that we use here. They might do a micro-teaching, a small little lesson in class. They might collaboratively plan. These are just a handful of the ways that they work on their understanding of the discussion moves so that, well, before I do so that, let me show you what it looks like. In our work, when teachers are rehearsing, this is what it looks like. It doesn't look like how you do it in a classroom, but for example, they might say, I want to practice my opening question, and I want to see what kind of responses I get. So they're just sitting with a group of peers, and they're practicing that opening question. They see what kind of responses they get, and if they like it, then they might go on to their second question, or they might facilitate cross-student connections. If they don't like it, they step out of the lesson, and they talk about it with their peers. What could I have done? What's another way I could have done that? I was trying to get to this point, but my question didn't do that at all. So they're unpacking the practice of teaching and the art of having a discussion. Let's see, okay. We're going to skip some slides because I want to watch the time. When we go to the third quadrant, now you're going to do it with students. All right, in the work that we do at CSET, we have teachers videotape their practice or video record. They don't do it constantly. They choose a lesson to focus on, and we don't worry, and we try to set a safe culture they don't worry about how good it is. It's like, this is where I'm trying it. This is the lesson I rehearsed. Now I'm going to try it with students. And they can use an iPhone, an iPad, and then we upload it to a particular platform so that we can get to the fourth quadrant. And this is a really important one that can't be skipped. This is a piece of that learning cycle for transformative learning. We've got to analyze the teaching. This needs to be non-judgmental, and it needs to be in service of improvement. And again, in the work that we do, it looks like this. Because of where we upload the videos, we have the opportunity to have tags, comments on the video, and you'll see these are the tags under the video, and they're in different colors. Each color is a different person. So they're working with a small group that they've built trust with, and in our work, they have a coach who facilitates the discussion. And because we work around the world, across the US, we do all of this part virtually. And I'll give you just a little bit more detail on that. There we go. This is work we do, as I said, with early career teachers. You could adapt it and do it with pre-service teachers in a practicum setting. We cluster people with the same content area. We choose often to have people from different schools because often that promotes a richer conversation. It's not a requirement, it just works well for us. We share up to 10 minutes of video. They don't need a whole class period. And part of what the teachers are learning is how to look at their own practice and choose a shorter segment that's worth discussing and worth thinking about, how do I improve? People comment before they meet, and then there's a meeting that's to discuss the video that the coach facilitates. Over time, the ideal would be that art of facilitation doesn't need the coach. But we found we can't start there. There needs to be somebody to facilitate the conversation with the teachers. So let me throw a little bit of research at you about what happens when we do this work. This chart is a study from our teachers who are teaching language and literature. And before they went through the professional development with us, that top row tells you the average discussion length. I mean, they're already above the norm in the US. Their average discussions were about 15 minutes. However, 75% of the talk time was the teacher. Okay? The person talking is the person learning. There were an average of 30 teacher questions and about 4 minutes of students making comments that you would consider interpretive, evidence of learning. After the professional development, our average discussion length didn't change much in these classes, 17 minutes. But now our teacher talk time is down to 40%. That's after 1 year of trying this. And the teacher questions are down to 11 on average, and the interpretive comments by students are up to 30. This is a pretty dramatic change. And that came about by systematically learning how to facilitate a discussion. Let's see. Okay. This is the result of a different style study. This was a self-directed study by an individual teacher. Actually, it's Sadie, the rock climber that I showed you at the beginning. She was so interested in this piece of the work, she asked me if we could do a study together where she researched herself. And in order for her practice to shift, these were the things that she realized she had to do. She had to do a lot more planning for her discussion, think about how she went into it, how she carried through it, and what they did afterwards. None of these were ways she did it before. She just would start a discussion. She needed structures for herself. This was her realization. And of course, this is the essence of core practice, is there are these parts and pieces, these structures we can learn. The talk moves were essential for her. And in particular, she focused on how she asked the question, how she pressed for more information, how she helped students connect ideas together. And this seems obvious to those of us in teacher education, she realized she was not identifying what her objective was. She didn't have a reason for doing the discussion. And so she began to consciously identify her reason and what kind of learning she wanted out of it. She also recognized she needed structures for her students, so they developed norms of what counted as productive discussion talk. Those were posted on the wall. She used a physical structure where she had an inner and an outer circle. Because she had very large classes, she found that having one circle, she couldn't do equity of voice. So she had an inner circle that would do the discussion and an outer circle that would listen, and she had different responsibilities for both circles, and then the children changed when they were in the inner and outer circle. She gave them sentence starters. Her students had trouble getting started, especially commenting on someone else's work. And so she created a little list of sentence starters that they had in their hands when they were in discussion. And then she used a fake microphone, a toy microphone, that they passed around in order to get a sense of the conversation moving around the classroom. So you can see how detailed this breakdown of her going from a very flat, agonizing conversation, actually. I have videos of her early discussions, and you feel for her. And she knows it's not going well. That's why she wanted to work on it. And her ending work was really different, and it took all of this. Another study we did of science teachers, we looked at their comments on the videos, and early on, we found that the majority of their comments had nothing to do with discussion. They had trouble noticing what to look for in the discussion. Whereas you all, when I put that video up, you noticed lots of rich and interesting things. Novice teachers don't notice. They have to be taught to notice. And so after about a year, or in their second year, we began to finally see a shift. And we saw them beginning to understand how to look at practice and how to comment on practice. And that noticing is evidence of learning. You need to learn in order to shift your own practice. None of this happens quickly or easily. In the work that we do with practicing teachers, we work with them in person over 2 years for about 160 hours of contact time in person. And then we have the virtual experience with monthly meetings for 2 years. That's the kind of steady, sustained work we needed to get those kind of results that I just shared with you. When I think about the design of teacher education in Chile and the way that you have practicum throughout the years, you can get this kind of time. But it also requires being really systematic. It takes a lot of effort to have your faculty ready to teach these things. We didn't walk into our professional development knowing how to do this. We had to teach ourselves. We had to practice on each other. We modeled for each other. We rehearsed with each other. We critiqued each other. Then we worked with real teachers. So I'm going to close by just reminding you, good teaching is complex. It doesn't just happen. Victor, I'm not sure what I've done with our time. Do we have time for some questions, or should we move on to Sarah and come back? Okay.
Do you have one to pass, or are you in turn? Is it on? I don't think it's on. Okay. Okay. Oh, not here. Okay.
I have a question.
Tengo una pregunta sobre los alumnos que están aprendiendo a hacer.
What are the main characteristics that they need to have us future teachers? Because sometimes I receive students who are, for example, extremely shy or extremely afraid of standing in front of a class. So if I teach them the core practices, they are, I don't know, afraid of even trying. So, and they are in the last years of, not at the beginning. So that is something that I always have troubles with. How to change the inner self in a way, because they, for example, sometimes they are not even questioning anything. I encourage them to question themselves to how to improve this in the classroom, how to do this in a better way, but they can't sometimes, and I think I need support to change that, or to teach them how, or to get the questioning, but that's, I think, it's a personal issue.
Yeah. So if I reframed your question, I might say, how do we work across personalities to have effective teaching? Because the only characteristic that I think truly matters in who becomes a teacher is they have to care about children and children's learning. And so if they don't have that fundamental in place, I don't know where we go. So that's a fundamental that has to be in place. But different personalities can teach, even a quiet, more shy person. How we work with them in teacher education, I think, has to start from their very first course and go through their time. And because you answered part of your question, right? You realized you're at the end of the time and they still aren't comfortable in front of people. Well, maybe they needed more smaller, safer opportunities sooner and built up to that. Without knowing, all the details of your program, I don't know exactly where those opportunities happen, but building that culture of safety and trust in our teacher education programs is just as essential as what the teachers do in the classroom to build safety and trust with their students. That kind of discussion, that science video I showed you, that doesn't happen in a classroom where there's no trust. Those kids were saying, I don't know, to the teacher. And he was encouraging them. The same thing is true with our students in teacher education. They need to feel safe to say, I'm uncomfortable, I'm not sure about this. And then we give small opportunities. I mean, there's a lot more to it, but that's my starting place for your question.
Hola, buenos días.
Okay. Where am I looking? Ah, thank you. The lights were...
No vaya con las luces ahí.
Bueno,
Very well, so I'm going to ask something which might seem obvious, but maybe we take it as a suppose then, and maybe we're not actually really witnessing it. So evidently when one talks about that pedagogical learning is content, one supposes that there is knowledge of the content on behalf of the teacher, and evidently it seems to me that it's an essential condition to be able to provoke or create a reflection and deep conversation on how to acquire that content. So what would you consider, or what should be the level of a teacher to be able to work on this issue in their knowledge of the specific content? Is it an expert context or knowledge, or is it very advanced knowledge to be able to have the possibility to introduce reflection on these students? I believe that's the question. Nos referimos a primaria, escuela primaria.
Either? Okay, because I think the reality of the level of content courses a primary teacher can have, there's so much that they have to cover. We can't go quite as deep. In the US, the prevailing wisdom for secondary is you need the equivalent of a major. Does that translate? Does that work? Okay. In your content area. Like I had a degree in biology and I was certified to be a teacher. So that's the depth that generally is considered appropriate. The other dimension I'll bring out, and this comes from the work that's published in a book out of the National Academy Press in the US called How People Learn. And in that book, one of the things they talk about is that in order for people to have deep understanding, they need to understand the conceptual framework of a discipline. Like just knowing a series of facts about biology, insufficient. But to understand that, for example, photosynthesis is really under the big idea of matter and energy, and how energy helps transform matter into eventually food for us, for example, in photosynthesis. That concept and that conceptual understanding is actually more important than knowing all the single facts and figures. And the more we have access to information on the internet, the truer that is. You need to understand the nature of your discipline and the big concepts in order to facilitate deeper understanding. The rest of what's in your question, there's a whole lot in your question, and you can debate that for a long time. But you're absolutely right. There's no pedagogical content knowledge if you don't have content knowledge. But how we develop content knowledge, that we have to look at, right? It still has to be developed in a way that reflects the research on learning. Oh. Good. These are really hard questions, just so you know. Like, you're not making this easy.
Acá tenemos otra pregunta.
Hi, Jen. Hi. What is the impact that you have noticed with these pre-service teachers that have been training through this approach? Now that they are in school context, have you had the possibility of following their trajectories?
So in my work, I start with people who are already in classrooms. And what I can tell you, because we're actually in the middle of analyzing 10 years worth of data, the biggest thing we're seeing is they're staying in schools that typically have high turnover. We recruited from schools where teachers were leaving, like half the staff would be gone every year. We're getting people staying 5, 7, 10 years in schools that are considered hard to staff. Sarah, I don't know if you want to answer from a pre-service, like what you see from pre-service into classroom with the core practice approach, or, okay, yeah, you don't have, yeah, it's a good question, but that data, I don't think there's much of out there yet.
I have a follow-up question for our colleague here.
Okay, good. You're modeling high-quality discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So, what is the like the proportion you would say? That's one thing we struggle a lot on primary pre-service teaching. Like, how much content? Because to give them those frameworks of these big ideas, one of the things that we struggle is that the basic. Like the base they come with is very, very poor. Yeah. So how much should we, how much? Yeah.
You know I don't know the answer, right? Okay. I can tell you that the state of California decided that elementary teachers should have a major in a discipline so that they understand the structure, that disciplines have conceptual structures. So they start with that premise, and then you have to take a couple of math classes, a couple of science classes, in addition to your major, and so on. So again, I don't have a great, what the knowledge that a primary teacher would need to really be skilled, I mean, we'd have them in school for 10 years, right? So I think we have to think beyond their degree requirements and what do we do over the course of their profession. And anytime you want to add in, please let me know. Okay.
Hello. Hi, here.
Oh, sorry.
From the previous exercise that we did, when we had to recognize like how students were creating their own knowledge through conversation, I would like to ask you is there any study or is there any evidence that could tell us that it could work in the classes that we have, because we don't have 9 students in the classrooms. We have like 30, 40 probably. in many of the cases. So is this useful for us as
Oh, yeah.
teachers who have...
Yeah,
like,
the majority of the classes, the K-12 classrooms we're in are 30 and plus students.
Okay.
So what changes with the bigger class size, there's a couple of things, but one is taking the time to set up the structures in the classroom. Like you don't just walk in ready to do the discussion. You actually have to teach the parts of how we're going to talk to each other, how we're going to move the desks, how we're going to start our sentences. So it has to be broken down. And bigger a class is, the more time you need to take for that, but then the payoff is greater.
But I mean the effect, it is the same? Like because for what I saw here, students were creating very effectively their own knowledge.
Yes.
So in bigger classes, it occurs the same.
It does, but sometimes what's more effective rather than one big circle is a series of groups around the room, and then they report out.
Thank
You know, a little bit like how I had you turn and talk, and then we shared a few ideas, because we couldn't do one big circle.
Thank you.
Primero, agradecer la presentación. Agradezco la presentación y tengo una pregunta
I have a question for
que
you,
tiene que ver
which has to
con algo
do
que a mí
with
me
something
apasiona
that
mucho,
I'm very
que
passionate
son
about, which
las
are
habilidades
the
socioemocionales que
socio-emotional
tiene que tener el
skills
docente.
that the teacher must have.
Algo se esbozaba ahora
Something was
a partir
mentioned
del
starting
video.
from the video.
Creo que
I do
lograr
believe
ese
that to achieve
ambiente,
that
ese
environment,
clima,
that
para que un docente
climate,
y
so
un
a teacher
estudiante
and a
pueda
student can
plantear,
actually
digamos, lo que
mention
opina
what their
y
opinion
favorecer
and
este
to
diálogo,
favor this dialogue
tiene que tener
has
ciertas
to also have certain
características que haya
characteristics
generado el profesor,
created
ya
by the
sea a nivel
teacher,
de
whether it be at a
vínculo, desde,
linking
digamos,
level,
también ver al
or
otro, ¿no es
rapport,
cierto?
or
Aceptar.
to accept the other as well.
Eso,
Certain
mi
acceptance.
pregunta tiene que
So
ver
my
un
question
poco
has
con
a little
esto,
bit
¿no?
to do with
¿Qué
this.
tanta relevancia
How
se le
relevant
atribuye
do
a
you
las
attribute
habilidades
to the social
socioemocionales
emotional
que tiene que tener
skills
un docente
that a teacher must
para
have
poder
to be
hacer y
able to
generar estas
and to generate
prácticas
these essential practices? Thank you.
Really nice question.
Muy buena pregunta, muchas gracias.
I think it starts
Creo que
by how we
comienza
model it in
cómo
our
lo
teacher education
modelamos
classes.
en nuestra clase
And you don't just model it,
en nuestra clase
you have to
de
step
enseñanza
out of
de
it
docencia.
and be explicit. And then how do we take this into our second grade classroom, our 10th grade biology classroom? So there's a series of experiencing it, unpacking it, becoming aware, and then how do I transfer it? So you have to be explicit about it. You can't just say, go build trust in your classroom. Like, they have to experience what that feels like. And so that's why I model it, unpack it, transfer it. It's one way to think about it.
Gracias.
Mm-hmm.
Can we manage one more?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thanks. Hi. We were just wondering. Obviously, trying to implement something like this, you've talked a lot about setting it up and that it takes time and energy and training. What data, what findings do you have about the impact of it? It's, from what I've understood, the aim of it is to help students to have deeper pedagogical content knowledge. It'd be interesting to hear what findings you have about the impact.
So impact on teacher candidates or impact on the students that they teach?
On the students' learning, yeah.
Okay. I don't have studies yet that connect my work to learning. Others have studied that, and when high quality discussion, and usually people that are doing high quality discussion are also doing other high quality practices, there is statistically significant differences of particularly content knowledge. We do a lot of high stakes testing in the US, and those scores they go above the state averages in places that have consistently scored below. But I would say the lines of research that connect teacher education to teacher practice to student learning, almost non-existent. We have some that connects teacher practice to student learning, but even those are, there isn't enough. What you're asking to me is like the nirvana. This is what we should be researching. It's really difficult on a practical level. So there are kind of random studies, all positive.
5 minutos para el café. Si lo hacen 20 mejor, para que Sara comience y tenemos tiempo para más preguntas. ¿Ok? ¿Les parece? Y último, un aplauso, ¿no? Para Janet y su presentación y la traducción y todo así. Thanks so much.
Everything.
Okay. El café acá a la salida.
So we have a coffee break, please. Thank you very much.
Bueno,
Okay, it is very difficult to interrupt when there's so many conversations going on, when there's meetings. I've been lucky enough to meet some important people that were important in my professional development, but sadly or happily, I must say we have to continue, so please take a seat.
Los invito a tomar asiento, les recuerdo
Ask you to take your seats,
preguntas y también que
take notes of your questions, and we're going to close off this encounter with a panel where there will be time for your questions as well. Okay then. Trying to keep the program as closely as possible. Now it is my pleasure to introduce you to Sarah Kavanagh. Sarah Schneider Kavanagh then. She is currently a teacher, a major teacher in the University of Pennsylvania. Before she was a researcher. She was in the Washington University, a university that I will place a lot of attention to. She told me she spent 10 years researching about core practices and the model that Janet showed. And now in UPenn, she will tell you more about it. So now I leave you with Sarah Schneider Kavanagh and her presentation, Equity in Approaching Core Practice and Practice-Based Teaching. Sarah, if you would.
Thank you so much for that introduction.
Gracias por su presentación. Asumo que fue muy linda, pero no entendí nada. ¿Qué querés que les diga?
Really a joy to be here in Santiago. This is my first visit to Chile, and I feel enormously welcomed. Everyone has been so kind. I've learned so much from all of the people that I've met. I want to just especially thank Paula and Victor and Bernadita for being such wonderful hosts, and for giving both Janet and I the opportunity to share this work with you and to learn from all of you. Over the past few days, I've been learning a lot. And I'm very excited to share a bit about the work I've been doing at UPenn and before at the University of Washington, and then to be in conversation with all of you about how that work connects to the things that you're trying to do here. You'll see from the title here that there are kind of two constructs that I'm going to be talking about together. One is equity, and the other is practice. I see myself as a researcher and a teacher educator who's trying to think at the intersection of these two things. In teacher education, we kind of have two goals. One of those goals is to use teacher preparation as a vehicle for interrupting the ways in which schools reproduce inequity. We want schools to be engines of social transformation that are allowing students and young people to change their circumstances. We don't want schools to be the vehicles that just entrench histories of oppression. So in that way, teacher education gets to be a vehicle for pushing towards more equitable, more just worlds. On the other hand, teacher education is also about introducing novice teachers to a professional practice where we want them to start enacting things that are defined, that are clear, that they can't do yet. And these two purposes of teacher education are sometimes put in tension with one another. How do we think about teacher education as a vehicle for social transformation? And how do we think about teacher education as a place where people learn a set of identifiable practices that are sort of the anchors of the profession? So in my work, I'm trying to think about these two things together, and I've found that practice-based teacher education, and core practices in particular, is actually a really useful construct for trying to think across those two goals. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. I'll give you a little bit of an overview, I think. There we go, of where we're going. we'll start by, I'm going to talk a little bit about a central conundrum in teacher education, and then I'll talk a little bit about the research about that conundrum. I'm going to do a deep dive into one research study that I did in this space, and then we'll talk a little bit about where research on equity and justice is headed. So, I want to start by saying that from my perspective, one of the biggest challenges in teacher education is what I call mismatch. And there have been a lot of different mismatches in our world as we try to prepare teachers. One of those mismatches is something many of you may have heard of. It's called the apprenticeship of observation. Dan Lordy, who was a researcher in the 1970s, sort of introduced this term, and the idea basically is that there's a mismatch for novice teachers between the past and the present, meaning that novice teachers were in schools for many, many years, and they experienced school as a particular kind of thing, and they experienced teaching as looking a particular way, and then they get into their teacher education programs, and we tell them, no, it's not supposed to be all lecture, you're supposed to be doing something different than you thought teaching was, right? There's a mismatch between what they thought teaching was when they entered their teacher prep programs and what we tell them that it then is. Another big mismatch in the world of teacher prep is the two worlds pitfall, which is a concept that was introduced by Feynman, Nemser, and Buchmann in the 1980s to describe a mismatch between the university and the field. So their research showed that novice teachers are learning in their universities a set of things in their courses, and then they're going into their placements where they're doing their student teaching, and they're hearing fundamentally different messages about what teaching is supposed to be and how learning occurs. So again, we have a mismatch. This time it's not a mismatch between the past and the present, it's a mismatch between the university and the field. And then lastly, another central mismatch in teacher prep is what's called the problem of enactment. So this is a construct that was introduced by somebody named Mary Kennedy 10 years later after the introduction of the two worlds pitfall. And this is a mismatch between knowing and doing. So what Mary Kennedy says the problem of enactment is that novice teachers often can tell you what they want. They can say, I want classrooms that are full of student talk, where students are the ones doing the intellectual work, where I am their coach and their guide, and they are the ones sort of playing the game, and I'm there just helping them and pushing them along. They can say that, but what they actually go and do is fundamentally different than that, right? There's a mismatch between what they know about teaching and what they're actually able to do. So these three problems, the apprenticeship of observation, the two worlds pitfall, and the problem of enactment, were all introduced into research on teacher education in different decades. We have a 70s mismatch, an 80s mismatch, a 90s mismatch, and they're all generally talked about in the research separately from one another. But I want to put them all together. And taking these three mismatches together, I'm going to call them the mismatch problem. So in teacher ed, we have something that I'm going to call the mismatch problem, and that problem is this. It's that teaching people to enact practices that rarely occur in their environment is really difficult and complex work. And in particular, the difficulties are that learners have few examples of the practice to emulate, and the practice is difficult to attempt because the environment isn't conducive to it. So for a second, I'm going to take you on a little side trip away from teacher ed and give you an analogy. And then I'll come back, I promise, to teacher education. So the analogy I want to start with is I want you to imagine that you are a teacher of the French language. You're here, you're working in Santiago, your job is to teach students French. None of your students speak French. They don't speak it in their families, they don't speak it with their friends, they don't speak it out in the streets when they're with their community. Nobody speaks French, and your job is to teach them French. You could teach them a bunch of things about the French language and then say, okay, now everybody, go home, and for homework, I want you to practice speaking in French. They would go home, and they would speak in French, and their whole environment would speak back to them in Spanish and say, no, you can't practice that here. None of us are actually going to allow you or help you to do that. Their environment wouldn't be conducive to practicing the French language, which means that your job as the French teacher is not only to give them a bunch of vocabulary words, It's to give them the space in which to practice the French language, because the environment outside of them won't allow them to do it. Your job is not only to give them content, it's to create the opportunities to practice, because without you, there won't be any opportunities to practice. So my sort of call then after this is that my argument is that the kind of teaching that we promote in equity-based or social justice-based teacher education programs is like a foreign language. We can tell people a set of things about what we think teaching should look like, how we think it should work to promote a better world, but practicing it outside of our context becomes very hard. So our job is not only to tell them a set of things about teaching and learning, it's to create the opportunities to practice that different kind of work. And that's a different job than simply offering content. I think the sort of a simpler way of saying this is how we teach teachers matters just as much as what we teach them, right? The way that we create practice opportunities matters just as much as what it is we think we're trying to get them to practice. So, this has led me to basically the central question of my research, which is what can teacher educators do to meaningfully influence novice teachers' practice at particularly complex but pivotally important aspects of teaching that remain stubbornly absent in schools, right? This question is at the heart of the mismatch problem. It's easy to teach people to do things that it's easy for them to practice in schools. It's easy to teach people things that aren't at the center of the mismatch problem. But the hard thing is, what do we do in the face of the mismatch problem to actually create those opportunities to practice? That's the big question. For me, the two big things that have been at the heart of this big question are things that I think are particularly pivotally important and particularly stubbornly absent. And one of those things is facilitating student talk, right? You just heard from Janet that we've got 15 seconds of discussion happening in classrooms in the United States. Maybe that's similar here in Chile. That's a very important practice. We have lots of research indicating that it's really conducive to student learning, and we have lots of research indicating that it's stubbornly absent. The other big part of this that my research has focused on is not just facilitating student talk, but also centering equity, or what I'm going to sometimes call centering social justice. It's another part of our work that's pivotally important and stubbornly absent, right? Teachers should be using their practice in order to push against biases, in order to change the ways that oppression organizes students' lives, in order to make it so that our students don't feel bullied or harassed in schools because of their race or their gender or their sexual orientation or their religion or their linguistic background, right? We should be using teaching as a space to change those inequitable, biased practices that we know are occurring in society. But that's work that, while there has been a lot of research, I could have kept going and going and going with my citations here of people who have been making this argument. We know that it's pivotally important, but we also know that it's stubbornly absent, right? Many, many teachers, while they want to do this work of centering equity, centering justice, they struggle to do it in practice. So I've picked up these sort of big tensions in a number of ways. I'm just going to briefly tell you about some of the things that I've been doing, and then I'll bring us into one of them. My research has focused on identifying the characteristics of practice opportunities that occur during coursework in teacher education, specifically the practice opportunities focused on practicing facilitating student talk and centering equity. I've also done a number of pieces on the characteristics of practice opportunities in the field when students are actually in their student placement. Other studies on the relationship between teacher-educator practice and novice teachers' subsequent practice, and research on methods used by school-based teacher educators, meaning mentor teachers or coaches, to facilitate novice teacher learning, and also some trends in how novices facilitate student talk and center equity when working with K-12 students. The one thing I want to just mention to all of you is another big part of my work was actually building, on the top here you'll see a website called Teacher Education by Design, or TED.org, where there are a lot of resources for teacher educators about how to design and facilitate practice opportunities, TEDD.org. If you haven't come across it yet, I suggest going to look at it because there's lots of helpful resources there for folks who are wanting to do practice-based teacher ed. So I want to take the time that we have together to dive into one study where we really are going to get the chance to think about how teachers can be prepared to center equity in their work while focusing specifically on practice. And that's a study I did on the relationship between teacher-educator practice and novice teachers' subsequent practice. So the research questions of the study that I'm going to talk with you about were, first, how did teacher-educators prepare novices to do two things: facilitate student talk and center equity? How did the teacher-educators do it in the case that I was examining? The second thing I'm going to ask in the study I'm going to talk with you about is to what extent and in what ways did those teacher-educators, novice teachers, then go on to facilitate student talk and center equity when they were working with elementary school students? And finally, what characterized the relationship between teacher-educators' instruction, what the teacher-educators were doing, and the novice teacher's subsequent practice? So I'm going to walk you through this a little bit, and then hopefully we can talk about it. What I did to do this study was I followed novice teachers through two worlds, right? The world of the university and the world of the field. 14 novice teachers that were both in coursework and in student teaching. And they were all in one course that was co-taught by two instructors. One of those instructors was focused on elementary literacy teaching methods, and the other was focused specifically on preparing teachers for equity-based, justice-focused instruction. And those two teacher educators were working together closely in order to do this. I thought if there's anywhere where we can learn about practice-based approaches to preparing novice teachers to teach for equity, this is going to be the place where we've got people working on methods and foundations together in a program that claims to be practice-based. The novice teachers that they were working with were in elementary school classrooms where they were teaching simultaneous to their university coursework. The contexts that they were teaching in were varied. Some of the contexts they were in were very rural, and some of them were actually very urban. It was an odd class where they were in a hybrid environment where they could take their university coursework mostly online. All of the schools where these teachers were teaching in were schools that were impacted by poverty. So what I did in order to study this and try to understand, okay, how do we prepare novice teachers in practice-based ways for the work of centering equity? I had a number of data sources. I had teacher-educator videos, so videos of the coursework that these novice teachers were enrolled in. I had course materials from those teacher education courses. I had interviews with the teacher educators. I also had videos of the novice teachers teaching in their placements with elementary school students. I had their lesson plans that they had developed to work with those students, and I had their reflections on working with those students. Then I analyzed that data through a number of phases that involved building out codes and applying those codes to teacher educator classrooms and to novice teacher classrooms, and then doing a crosswalk analysis to try and understand what's the relationship between what's happening in the university and what's happening in the field. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what those codes were that I used so that we can try to understand these findings. So the codes that I used to apply to the teacher educator video and to the novice teacher classrooms are the same ones we just talked about. A set of codes that were focused on facilitating student talk, one thing that's pivotally important and stubbornly absent, and a set of codes that focused on centering equity. The facilitating student talk codes were things like, where are they talking about asking questions? Where are they talking about responding to student ideas? Where are they talking about different talk moves, et cetera, right? How are these teacher educators trying to get students to facilitate student talk? The centering equity codes were harder to come up with because there are so many frameworks out there in the world focused on equitable teaching. There are frameworks about culturally responsive instruction. There are frameworks about multicultural education. There are frameworks about critical pedagogy, about queer pedagogy, about anti-oppressive pedagogy. What I ended up deciding on using was a framework from Connie North, who has a framework of social justice in which she identifies basically what she calls the 3 rings of social justice, which are about redistribution, redistribution, sameness and difference, and macro and micro processes of oppression. I'm not going to get deeply into it, but what I did was, out of her framework for describing what social justice is, we built a set of codes, and then we applied them to teacher-educator videos of what was happening in teacher education coursework, and to the reflections that the novice teachers had on their own teaching in elementary school classrooms. If you have questions about it, I'll talk more about it at the end. So we applied those codes, and I'm going to talk to you about what we found, because I think it's pretty provocative. Before I do that, I want to just say that representing findings of a research study is very difficult when what you have found is an absence. And that's what happened for me. So I'm going to take a qualitative study, and I'm going to start to use some numbers to represent the findings for you. Now, this is not a quantitative study, so I just want to name that I'm not using any causal logics to try and make sense of this, but I think it's helpful to see this absence that I'm going to show you if I start to use numbers to represent my findings. So, this first finding. The first thing we found when we applied our codes of facilitating student talk and centering equity to the teacher-educator video and the novice teacher reflections were that novice teachers were much more frequently able to reflect on how they facilitated student talk in their classrooms than they were to reflect on how they centered social justice and equity. In fact, they were 5 times more frequently reflecting on facilitating student talk. So one might say, oh, well, maybe they learned about facilitating student talk more in their coursework, and that's why they reflected on it more in their fieldwork. That's a sort of helpful assumption that one might make. But that's not actually what happened, because we knew from the course materials and from watching the teacher-educator coursework that the work of centering social justice, of centering equity, was omnipresent, right? It was happening all the time in the teacher-educator video. The teacher education coursework, teachers were talking constantly about equity and justice. So that raised this really important question. And we had a hypothesis, which was that it might not have the sort of lack of attention to equity and justice in the reflections of these teachers in their teaching might not have to do with the fact that they weren't talking about it in coursework. It might have to do with how they talked about it in coursework. We hypothesized it might have to do with how the teacher educators were teaching about facilitating student talk versus centering equity, not whether they were teaching it. So that led us to apply a different set of codes to our teacher-educator video, okay? That next set of codes were about pedagogies of teacher education. So we went back to the coursework video where we were looking at the teacher educators working with the novice teachers in the university. And we started to code that video with 2 constructs. One was pedagogies of enactment, and the other was pedagogies of investigation. So these are 2 constructs that come from the researchers Pam Grossman and Morva MacDonald. Pedagogies of enactment are pedagogical practices of teacher educators that are designed to support novices to enact, embody, or attempt, versus pedagogies of investigation, which are pedagogical practices of teacher educators that are designed to support novices to critique, analyze, or investigate. So, put another way, pedagogies of enactment are analysis of videos of teaching, they're modeling teaching, they're rehearsals of teaching, there's analyzing student work together, they're lesson plan analysis, right? These are looking at actual artifacts of teaching and trying to either approximate them or to investigate them. Pedagogies of investigation, on the other hand, are things like discussions of articles, or lectures by guest speakers or by the instructor, or student presentations, right? They are not the practices of actually looking at teaching itself as the text around which we are either making sense or trying to approximate. So when we added that second layer of codes, what we found were that when teacher educators were using pedagogies of investigation, so that's discussions of articles about teaching or lectures or student presentations, when they were using pedagogies of investigation, they actually taught about centering social justice and equity more than facilitating student talk. Not much more, 1.2 times more, but still, that's significantly more. They were talking about social justice all the time when they were using pedagogies of investigation. But when the teacher educators were using pedagogies of enactment, so this is analysis of videos, analyzing student work, modeling teaching, running rehearsals. When they were using pedagogies of enactment, they were teaching about facilitating student talk 31.7 times more frequently than they were talking about centering equity and justice, which is fascinating to me. It's not that the teacher educators weren't talking about justice and equity. They were talking about it all the time. They just weren't doing it when teaching was the central text in the classroom. So the big question to me is, well, what would it look like to center equity when you have teaching as the central text of a classroom, of a teacher education classroom? So I'm going to take you for a second to look at a transcript, a very short transcript. It's like a 5-second clip of a teacher education classroom, so it's not going to give you a ton of context, but hopefully it will help. I'm going to show you a quick transcript of a teacher educator working on the work of facilitating student talk with novice teachers and doing it in a way that uses pedagogies of enactment. Okay? So here is the quick transcript. The teacher educator has just modeled teaching. She's modeled an interactive read aloud with a picture book to a group of novice teachers, and now she's talking about it. She says, "What did you notice about my teaching in relationship to eliciting and responding to students? What's something that you noticed?" One of the novice teachers says, "You asked us probing questions." And she says, "Why might I have been asking these probing questions? What might the purpose of that have been?" One novice says, "Well, to elicit our responses." Another says, "Well, to invest children." She says, "Any other thoughts about why I might ask probing questions?" Another student says, "To position students competently." Another says, "To check for understanding." This conversation goes on, and they have a conversation about probing questions and the way that she asked probing questions and why she asked those probing questions and what different versions of probing questions she asked and the purpose of those for student learning. So for me, I just want to point out the ways in which this work is practice-based. First, it follows a model of teaching, right? Which Grossman calls a representation of teaching. So it follows a model where she does it. So the students have seen teaching. Teaching is their text. And it has a decomposition of teaching. The teacher educator doesn't just say, "What did you like about my interactive read aloud?" Right? Instead, she names something very specific about her interactive read aloud, the work of eliciting student thinking and then responding to that thinking, right? So that's her decomposition. Next, she launches a discussion about her instructional judgment and the rationale behind her visible action, which was asking probing questions. So she's not just saying everybody should ask probing questions. She's saying, why do we as teachers ask probing questions? What is the purpose for that? What are a variety of purposes of that? Why might we pick one way of doing that over another way of doing that, okay? So all of these things make this a practice-based approach. There's a representation of teaching, there's a decomposition of teaching, there's discussion of the judgment that goes behind that decomposition. In other parts of class, the teachers approximate teaching. We're not going to talk about that today, but it's another part of this. So the big question then that I have about all of this is, if we take out the focus on facilitating student talk, you'll see I've put in some blanks here. We take out eliciting and responding to students. What might a similar transcript look like if the focus wasn't facilitating student talk, but was instead centering equity or centering justice? Because that's what we didn't see in these videos of teaching from this particular study. What might the model of teaching be? What might the decomposition of teaching be? How might the teacher educator have prompted people to talk about their rationale behind centering equity. So I'm going to give us some possible ways that that might look. Just taking this very short turn of talk, right? The teacher educator says, what did you notice about my teaching in relationship to not eliciting and responding, but to something relating to equity and justice? She could have said, what did you notice about my teaching in relationship to interrupting biases? What did you see me do to interrupt biases? What did you see me do to acknowledge oppression? What did you see me do to affirm marginalized students' cultural practices? What did you see me do to pose alternatives to mainstream marginalizing knowledge? There's any number of things that we could be identifying that are equity and justice-focused practices that we can use teaching as the text to unpack. We tend not to, at least in the United States, in teacher education. So there's one more thing I want to say, which is while we rarely saw this happening in the teacher educator video, while we rarely saw teacher educators using teaching as the text to teach about equity and justice issues, there is one place that we did see it, and that was in planning, in the teaching of planning. Not in the teaching of making in-the-moment decisions with kids, but in the teaching of planning. So there was another set of codes that we used to apply to our data. And those were two basic sets of codes: planning, so the decisions that were made before children are present, versus instruction, the decisions that are made while students are present. So examples of planning decisions are what book to read, or what major questions to ask in a lesson, or what major tasks to include in a lesson plan, or what learning goals to plan towards, versus instruction codes, which are decisions like, well, who am I going to call on? Or how do I follow up on a particular student's idea that they just shared? Or when should I speak and when should I wait, right? These are decisions you actually can't make until you're in the moment of teaching. So when I applied these codes, what I found were that of those data excerpts that were coded with a type of practice code, meaning planning or instruction, and a centering equity code, 100% of the teacher educators' videos were also coded as planning, which means that at no point in the 400 and some odd minutes of our data did teacher educators center equity in a way that was focused on in-the-moment decision-making in classrooms. And interestingly, in the novice teacher reflections that we use these same codes for, 90% were also coded as planning, which makes me think that the candidates, the novice teachers, they were picking up on what the teacher educators were helping them do in practice. It's just that the teacher educators weren't helping them use their judgment about justice and equity issues in the moment of instructional decision-making as they really taught specifically about the practice of teaching. So that we don't end on a depressing note about that, I'm going to show you an example from one of the novice teachers who did a really actually quite good job of reflecting on her own judgment about issues relating to justice and equity as she made in-the-moment decisions in a classroom, just so you can see what that looks like. And so we can begin to imagine what would it look like to design practice-based opportunities for teacher learning that center issues of equity and justice, where we use teaching as the text to really help novice teachers understand the work that it takes to use their judgment about identity, about power, about oppression, about privilege, to make decisions in relationship to kids in classrooms. So I'm going to show you a clip, a transcript of a novice teacher's reflection of her own teaching in an elementary school classroom, in which she is centering equity while making decisions during instruction. I want to name, though, that this is representative of only less than 2% of our novice teacher reflection data, okay? So the teacher whose classroom I'm going to take you into is a young woman named Sophia, who identifies as Latina and was working in a rural classroom where most of her students identified as Latino, mostly Mexican-American students, mostly who were who are in families that were migrating frequently, moving from town to town in order to work on farms, and who were pretty impacted by poverty. So while Sophia shared a set of identities with her students in that she was Spanish-speaking and they were Spanish-speaking, in that she identified as Latina, and so did many of her students, she also didn't share a set of identities with her students. She wasn't a migrant farm worker, she didn't come from a Mexican-American background, but both her and her students were emerging bilinguals, and she did have some familiarity with their backgrounds. So the book that she is reading with her students is a book called Harvesting Hope, the story of Cesar Chavez. So Cesar Chavez was a Mexican-American labor leader and civil rights activist who fought for farm workers' rights. So she already is making a planning decision that is about choosing a book that is very connected to her students' backgrounds. So there's a planning decision that she was prepared to do in her teacher education. But then she begins to make a set of in-the-moment instructional decisions that are also using her judgment about issues relating to power and privilege and oppression and identity. So I'm going to walk you through what that looks like. Okay, so in her reflection on her read aloud of this picture book, she says, one moment in the lesson where I think I did particularly well in eliciting and responding to students was when I asked students to reflect on what some white people who were not farm workers thought of Cesar and other farm workers. The question was attempting to get at the fact that the white people in the towns treated Cesar and others like him poorly because of their racial identity and their work. She then says, I had planned on asking the students how they thought this made Cesar feel after they addressed the first question. However, after the turn-in talk, students immediately started answering how Cesar felt without me first asking the question. So she's here encountering something that all of us as teachers know very well. She identifies an incredibly common instructional dilemma, right? Which is that the students have skipped to something that she had planned to do later in the lesson. We have all had that experience, right? So she's now faced with making an in-the-moment instructional decision that she has to bring to bear her judgment in order to figure out. So from that moment, she goes on and she says, instead of redirecting the students to the original question, I directed the conversation towards how Cesar felt, using connections to my students' feelings. For instance, I tried to tap into their background experiences by asking them how they would feel if they were told not to speak Spanish in the classroom. Additionally, because the students share many similarities with Chavez, it may have been unnecessary to go through how white people felt about the farm workers to get to the content objective. Most of my students are surrounded with less overt forms of white prejudice and therefore need less processing time to get to the eventual objective of the question, to infer how Cesar felt. So what I want to point out about this is here she's doing a set of things as she is making her decision. She's decentering white perspectives, the perspectives in power. She's attempting to build feelings of solidarity. She's honoring students' choices of where to go next with their thinking, and she's acknowledging students' likely experiences with oppression. These are all parts of her judgment about oppression and power and privilege and identity that she's drawing on in order to make an in-the-moment instructional decision. Interestingly, she then goes on finally at the very bottom here to say one of my favorite things. She says, eliciting and responding to students in my classroom also meant knowing and accepting their background knowledge and experiences as affecting the route to the content objective, which I just think is, she's like the most brilliant teacher candidate ever. But we don't need to go deeply into that. The reason I bring up Sophia's case is that I think it raises a set of questions. She did really interesting, important work to draw on her knowledge about identity, about power, about society, in order to make real decisions, not just to think theoretically, right, about the ways in which schools reproduce inequity. She used her knowledge to make in-the-moment decisions about kids. But most of our teachers didn't in their reflections, which raises a set of questions. The first is, why was it so rare for novices to identify issues relating to justice and equity as informing their in-the-moment instructional decision-making? Another is, would offering novices representations of instructional decisions an instructional decision making that centers justice and equity? Would that support them to use their knowledge of power and privilege in action? And what would it look like to give them those representations and to offer them feedback about how to use those ideas when they're making decisions? How could we do that better in teacher ed? And also, would designing opportunities to practice this type of instructional decision making, how would that support novices and what would that begin to look like? So for me, the big question is, okay, well, what does all that mean for teacher ed? I think one of the major takeaways from this study and others that I think some really interesting researchers are doing, one of the big implications is that in the field right now, our typical perspective on what equitable teaching is that it's typically conceptualized as a belief or as an orientation or as a disposition or as an awareness or as a set of commitments. It's much less typically conceptualized as practice. We tend not to conceptualize the work of equity and justice in schools as practical work, as the work of taking action using our judgment. And so we prepare people to have mindsets and to have awarenesses, but we less frequently prepare them to make decisions informed by their knowledge about this type of work. So when I say that it's less often conceptualized as practice, I want to just dive for a second into what it is I think practice actually is. Because I think sometimes when we say the word practice in teacher ed, people think techniques. They think moves. They think behaviors. And my conception of practice is very, very different than that. So I'm going to show you this comes from an article that I wrote several years ago. And it's a good visual representation of my conceptualization of practice. Practice is the work of encountering dilemmas, which we encounter all the time as teachers. Which student should I call on? Johnny and Marcus are talking to each other. Do I let them talk to each other or do I separate them? How do I stop them from talking to each other? Do I do something that might embarrass them or do I go over and whisper in one of their ears, right? So-and-so just said something that's completely a misconception. Do I correct them in front of everybody? Or do I let another student correct them? We are constantly encountering dilemmas as teachers, right? In every instance, we are encountering some kind of a dilemma. Our practice is the work of encountering a dilemma, using our professional judgment in the face of that dilemma in order to make a decision, and then enacting a move that inevitably leads to another dilemma, right? Because now you've whispered in Johnny's ear that he needs to stop talking to Marcus, but now he's mad at you and he's not going to listen for the rest of class, so how are you going to deal with that, right? There's no move that we ever make that doesn't, in fact, continue to present a dilemma. So when I say that we need to conceptualize equity and justice work as practice, this is what I mean. We need to conceptualize it as the work of encountering dilemmas using our judgment in order to make moves that create more dilemmas, not as awarenesses, as mindsets, as beliefs, absent that cycle. So just as a little bit of background, I didn't say this, the work on dilemmas comes from the work of Magdalene Lampert, who understands dilemmas as equally good alternatives inside of moments of teaching that require reasoned arguments with oneself, which I think is a lovely way of describing it. And the idea of professional judgment comes from Lee Shulman, who Janet introduced to us earlier. He understands judgment as the ability to make decisions in moments of uncertainty that are productive for student learning. So the big takeaway of all of that is that for me, practicing is not the exercising of, it is the exercising of judgment. It's not the executing of techniques, right? If we think of techniques only as practice, we're missing the part where we're actually calling on our thinking in relationship to that action. So for me, one of the big takeaways is that as we prepare novice teachers to teach for justice, to teach for equity, we have to help them draw on their knowledge, on their judgment about power and identity as they make decisions. Because we have tended not to think about that part of the knowledge base as a part of the instructional decision-making process. And at least in the US, we haven't done that at the times when we're using teaching as the text. right? We do it when we read articles together and talk about ideas, but we less frequently do it when we're watching a video of teaching, when we're analyzing student work, when we're looking at transcripts together, when we're planning lessons together, when teaching itself is the text. And what if we were to do this? What might we be able to accomplish in terms of teachers' then ability to be able to make those decisions more effectively once they're actually in classrooms with kids? Now, you all may be doing this amazingly in Chile, and I want to learn from you if you are. But my research in the US has tended to illustrate that we could do better in this arena. And I have been just lucky enough to learn from folks who are really trying to push the boundaries in some of these ways. So I'm very much looking forward to being able to talk with you about all of that. I will pause us there and say a big thank you to all of you. And I'll ask Victor what the next steps are.
The next step is, vamos a invitar a Bernardita, Paula, Janet, y vamos a responder las preguntas. Preguntas para Sara las respondemos sentados.
Okay, we sit. Thank you.
Entonces, ¿les parece que en esta transición ustedes estén pensando en sus preguntas, comentarios para Sara y luego...
No? And that way we make better use of the time.
Vamos a comenzar en esta ronda. Entonces,
so, just to order my thoughts here. Yeah.
Mi puesta en acto. And I am actually unpacking the decisions that I'm making. Entonces.
Tengo las preguntas.
So, right, I have questions for Sarah first. Some people online there, we're saying hello to them. More than 100 people logged on now. So I'm just going to begin with these questions. I'll ask in Spanish and... So the question is, how would you recommend to deal with, in the classroom, at the moment of implementing productive discussions and also including this focus or equality in teaching? Bien, entonces la pregunta, por lo que entendí, es que ¿cómo podría, mientras uno trabaja en facilitar la discusión productiva, cómo se puede enfocar en temas de injusticia, de justicia, diversidad, necesidades especiales, y justicia, equidad, etcétera? Bueno, he ponderado bastante.
And I think we have, to me, and I've written about this in an article, I think we tend to decompose teaching into practices in two ways. Some of those ways are big, what I call time-based approaches. So one practice might be facilitating discussion. Facilitating discussion is a thing that has a beginning, a middle, and an end, right? You can say, here's when it's happening in a classroom, it happens for 30 minutes, and then it ends. But there's another way of chunking practice. And that's not so time-based. It's not a thing that has a beginning, middle, and an end. It's more textural. So some practices, like, for example, eliciting and responding to students, weave throughout a whole bunch of things, right? They don't begin and end. There's not the beginning of the eliciting and responding and then the end of the eliciting and responding. It weaves throughout these big activities. I think we should be identifying two kinds of practices in teacher ed, and we should be using them together. One kind is the kind that has beginnings, middles, and ends. And we should use those as containers to practice the more textural practices. So you wouldn't pick an equity practice that has a beginning, middle, and an end. You might pick facilitating discussion as your container that you're going to practice together. But the textural practices, the ones that you're going to get feedback on from your teacher educator, the ones that you're going to tag your own transcript with,
are going to be equity-focused practices, like to what extent am I interrupting students' biases? To what extent am I honoring students' cultural practices? These are specific things that you do, but they don't have beginnings, middles, and ends. And you need to practice them inside of a container. And the container might be facilitating discussion, or the container might be interactive read aloud, or the container might be whatever it is in any given context. But I think actually making that distinction between temporal or time-based and textural practices helps us work on two things at a time. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Sì, bastante. Any questions from the audience? If there are any questions for Sarah in this block here?
Verónica González, te va a hacer una pregunta.
Miss Veronica Gonzalez. I'd like to know, how could we actually work on, or how do you work on beliefs of teachers regarding equality? I say this because here in Chile currently, our framework of better practices targets to teach gender equality, for example. Now the work that I do with teachers, I do see that they focus very much on what activities to carry out regarding the matter. And they do not achieve to reach this reflection on pedagogical judgment. And what I reflect on is because maybe they have not questioned maybe themselves these things about biases. And I believe that we all have bias. It very much is in our nature. Within the framework, what it targets is that teachers, we should denaturalize things in a sense. So my question is, how, from your own studies, have you considered that first step? How do we tackle this first step before all the other practices, let's say?
That's a fantastic
Es una excelente pregunta y no tengo la respuesta, lamentablemente.
But I do want to raise a
sí
question
quisiera
about it,
hacer una pregunta aquí. Creo que tenemos una tendencia de creer que tenemos que lidiar con las creencias antes de abordarlas.
consistently failed when we think, like, we've been trying to do that for a very long time, and we have yet to interrupt all of our biases. So the question I have is, to what extent is that actually the right sequence? And might it be better, and what might we learn, by trying to give people experiences, practical experiences with young people that are different than the experiences they've had before? And is that going to be the better vehicle for changing beliefs? I agree that beliefs must be changed, right? People enter teaching with biased beliefs, 100%. The question, I think, is how do we change those beliefs? Do we change them by trying to convince them, which I think most of the time doesn't work? Or do we change them by designing opportunities for them to have different experiences with the people that they have biases about, and then use those experiences as the catalyst for belief change? And from my perspective, the work of getting them to have different experiences is practical work. It's hard. It's hard to design an experience like that. But I think without experiences of something different than we have always believed, it's very, very difficult to convince somebody to change their beliefs. So then for us, teacher educators, the big task is how do we design those practical experiences of having a different perception of a group of people?
Wow. There's another question there. Jessica Bastías de la Universidad San Sebastián.
Hola. Bueno, me encantó tu presentación y me encanta por la profundidad mundial hoy en día. En función de eso mismo, ¿cómo tú o cuál ha sido tu experiencia en tu propia facultad?
In your own faculties, I imagine that you belong to an educational faculty, right? And sometimes one is not a prophet in their own land, so what barriers and how have you solved or, broken these barriers there within your own faculties once you mention diversity, equality, reflection? Because truly, if a faculty does not work within that organic, it's very difficult to obviously to train teachers in on that line. I would like to know about that process, if you could, please.
I'm definitely not a prophet.
Definitivamente no soy profeta en mi propia tierra.
So I will say this. I actually think that the most effective processes of changing beliefs of faculty are exactly the same processes as changing the beliefs of our novice teachers. I think we are going to consistently fail at transforming teacher-educator practice if what we try to do is convince people to do it differently. The times when I have seen teacher educators, myself included, transform their practice is when they've been in other teacher educators' classrooms and they've seen it done differently. I think without doing the work together, visiting each other, trying things out together, having experiences of teacher education together, we're never going to make any progress in shifting the way we do work together. You know, we talk a lot about, Dan Lordy in the 70s was talking about the egg crate model of teachers, right? Where teachers are next to each other but alone in their practice, and that's what's making it difficult to transform teaching. That's 100% true in my experience in teacher ed, too, right? We often, too often, work next to each other but alone. And the more we get into each other's classrooms, the more we get inside of the work together, the more we make instructional decisions about novice teacher learning together, the more we are probably going to change as teacher educators. To me, that's the most effective way to think about transformation in teacher education. It's the same way we think about transformation in teaching. It's the same way we think about student learning, right? The more they get together around complex tasks and they get to work in groups on complex, meaningful, group-worthy tasks, the more likely we are to actually change our ways of thinking about things. Yeah.
I'm going to give an example that builds on what Sarah's saying. This summer, I had a project where we collaborated with an organization from another university to design some professional learning for science teachers. And my team had incorporated rehearsals into the science teacher learning about this new curriculum. And as we were describing the plan and sharing our slides with the team from the other university who doesn't use the same approach, but we have many things in common, they went, no, you can't take the time for that. That's not a good use of time. And we said, no, we're doing this. We're in charge of this part. We're doing this. So we knew that we did not have their support. And we went ahead and did it anyway. And they were present. And they watched. The rehearsal, they went, meh. But then when they heard the discussion of the teachers after the rehearsal, and even better, our evaluation data, where the teacher said, of the most valuable thing in the professional learning that week, rehearsal was number one. So now my colleagues at the other university that had never used this pedagogy were having to rethink, maybe it's possible. It has a usefulness. They weren't ready to say yes, but they were up to maybe after saying no. So that proves Sarah's point.
Okay, thank you. The connection between social justice and actual classroom practice, I found it fascinating. That's sort of answered a question that's been bugging me for quite a long time. My next question is, there are so many possibilities or so many difficulties and injustices that one could identify in any given society. So as a teacher education program, which ones do you go for? Do you have an agenda? Should there be an agenda? And maybe for the Chileans as well, what do you think, or what do you identify as being the main issues, perhaps that as a program we should be trying to address with our students? Does that make sense?
I think you all should probably answer that because you know your context much better than I do.
Yeah, do you have an agenda?
I have so many agendas. I mean, no, my agenda is, I think we need to imagine schooling as a vehicle for social transformation towards more equitable society. Now, that's my agenda. I think that is what school should be. It should be the place where we create and design and nurture the next generation to be a generation that is more equitable than this one, not as a place where we reproduce the same inequities that we're currently inside of. That's the agenda.
No, quería agregar algo, porque Ana es de mi equipo y me imagino que lo que ella voy a interpretarte. Lo que ella estaba tratando de preguntar es que así como ustedes han identificado una serie como de prácticas esenciales, si es que justamente en el foco de la equidad han podido, claro, definir ciertas prácticas que son claves en el fondo en la generación de una sociedad más equitativa a través de la formación docente y el impacto en el sistema escolar.
I hope you weren't asking me a question because it was just in Spanish in my ear.
Oh, okay. Pero tampoco era lo que estaba tratando de preguntar al parecer porque me hizo así, pero en el
yes,
fondo
I'm sorry. It was my fault. I had the button off. But
yo al menos me surgió esa pregunta al
I asked myself. I found this very. What you mentioned. The question is, as you have identified a series of essential practices in each of the disciplines, within your presentation, we're under the impression that equality itself is a focus itself. So it's an essential practice which is learnt from the same way, and it's within that focus on equality. Have you identified a series of practices which are essential to achieve a more equal learning process, more coherent with the social context where the students come from?
That's a fantastic question.
Fantástica pregunta.
I don't think there is
No
one
creo que
set.
hay un set de
And
prácticas
I would never claim
y
that there
nunca
should
diría
be,
que debería haber,
because I actually
porque
think,
por cierto creo que
every context
ca-
requires different approaches. But what I have been doing is taking existing frameworks that folks who are working primarily on justice and equity issues have created, which tend to identify topics. So my advisor at the University of Washington was James Banks, who is often thought of as sort of the grandfather of multicultural education. He was doing really, really groundbreaking work in the 70s and 80s and 90s around justice and equity work. And he has a framework of 5 dimensions of multicultural education. That's one framework. Another framework is from Gloria Ladson-Billings. Another is from Django Paris. There's a whole set of people doing really interesting work who all have developed different frameworks around justice and equity in teaching. My work has been to say, well, what if we took any one of those frameworks that is appropriate to your specific context, and we took the topics in them and just reconceptualized them as practices, right? So if one of those topics is empowering school culture, what would it take to reimagine that as empowering students? And then to build out a set of tools that one might support novice teachers to practice the work of empowering students. I mean, I think I don't claim to know what the right framework is. There are a lot of really, really, really smart people who have created topic-focused frameworks that we could tweak slightly to imagine as actions, that one could weave into practice opportunities where you're supporting people to actually practice those things in meaningful ways.
Thank you.
Me again. So I had a question before with the question before, follow-up question with the question before, when you were talking about having different experiences with the group novices have biases with. So which kind of experiences do you think would be best, in the sense of, one of the things that our program is great at is that they have experiences from the first year at schools. But sometimes, although we try for them to be great experiences, sometimes those experiences only reinforce their biases instead of like eliminating them or changing them. So when you talk about experiences, could that include videos, exemplary videos? Could that, or do they actually need to be in the classroom concretely, which is hard when you have many students to actually have great experiences, all of them?
Yeah. I don't claim to, and I want to just also leave, I'm going to say something, but then I want to see what other people think too. I think representations can be all types of things. They can be actual experiences, they can be videos, etc. One of the things I've been doing recently, my current work is really on an approach to teacher ed called learning labs, where groups of teachers go into classrooms together to teach together and come out and debrief how it went, and then go back into another classroom to tweak what they tried. It's very similar to lesson study, except that it's a little bit more interactive in the moment. I think we can come up with exciting and interesting ways to create experiences in classrooms if we get groups of teachers to actually be in classrooms together trying things out. But that's not always possible. And you know, it's great to have a grand vision of how to make that happen, but I think when one can't do that, videos, transcripts, whole sets of things, I think have to fill in the gaps. What do the rest of you think?
¿Puedo decir algo? Desde experiencias de fracaso y algunas de éxito, o digo de avance, cuando hemos puesto el foco al comienzo de esas primeras experiencias, no tanto en esos instructional moves, sino en el vínculo entre el profesor en formación y sus estudiantes, y conocer a esos estudiantes, para mí cobra mucho sentido estos 4 elementos que mostró Sarah de una práctica. Aparece el dilema, que ya no es solo el dilema que tengo yo, qué voy a hacer, sino es la situación, el problema, el desafío en mi sala de clase. Aparece el juicio respecto a qué decisión voy a tomar. Entonces, creo que parece bastante obvio, pero creo que si no propiciamos en esas experiencias el que nuestros futuros profesores estén de verdad conociendo y pensando en esos estudiantes, o se vuelve muy teórico o se vuelve muy técnico. Y creo que tú cambias tus creencias no porque hay que cambiarlas y porque es políticamente correcto, sino porque esas creencias están afectando lo que quieres lograr en el sistema de clase.
That's my point of view. No, I just wanted to add regarding what Victor was saying, based on this question, which Sarah mentioned in her presentation, which had to do with the fact that part of what you observed is the absence of certain practices which are essential, and therefore I suppose that the complexity that the ladies were asking here regarding sometimes the complexity to find a good model is not
para que los estudiantes a través
an
de la
issue that
práctica,
for
que es
students through the
finalmente
practice,
el
which at the
último
end of the day
paso
is
de
the
un
last
proceso
step
que
of a
parte en el
process which
fondo con un
starts off
fundamento
with
y un
a
juicio pedagógico con lo que
fundament
mencionaste tú en
and
el
a
fondo y
pedagogical
finalmente
judgment which you
gatilla la
mentioned,
toma de
which triggers the
decisiones,
decision-making
fondo no es un
process.
impedimento para que
It's
ese
not impediment to that
estudiante
student
o teacher
or
candidate,
teacher
como
candidate,
decían,
as you were
dicen
saying,
ustedes, generen ese
can generate
espacio
this space.
una
In the space they
transformación,
can,
porque
a
si
transformation,
al
or
menos lo
generate
que
a
yo
transformation in
pienso
that
es que
space.
si
Because I
nosotros
believe that
esperamos a
if
que
we
el sistema
expect that
escolar
the
cambie
school system
para que en
changes,
la sala de
so
clases
within the
haya buenos
classroom there
modelos
can
que
be
nuestros
good
futuros
models that our
profesores en
future
formación observen,
teachers can
entonces
observe
ellos
and
nunca
use,
serían
there
el
will
motor de
never be the
cambio.
motor or the engine of change.
Entonces creo que
So I
en
believe
el
that
fondo es
that's
ese
what
espacio de
is that
práctica
space for
como un
practice
efecto de un
is an
espacio de
effect
formación
of a space or
fundamental en la que
fundamental
se hace un juicio
training
pedagógico,
where a pedagogical judgment is
lo que
emitted
va a
is
generar el motor de cambio a
will
pesar
generate
de
that
que
engine
obviamente
of
podría
change,
ser
which
más
obviously could be
potente
more powerful
también
even
haber sido capaz de
having been able to
experimentarlo
experiment it as
en el
well
sistema escolar.
within the
Pero
schooling
yo creo que ese es
system. But
justamente el
that
desafío en
is
los
the
contextos
challenge
de
of
formación
the
docente, donde
teacher training
nosotros,
context, where we
como teacher educators,
teacher
tenemos
educators
que ser ese modelo
have
para
to become
nuestros
that model
estudiantes,
for
no
our
esperar a
students and not to
que,
just
en el
wait
fondo,
or expect for that to happen. I don't know if you
Voy a de nuevo hacer
Once
explícita
again,
una
I'm going to be
decisión.
explicit on
Estamos
the decision.
transitando
We're
al
in a
panel,
transition
entonces
process
solo
now
por
to
un
the
tema de
panel.
cordialidad y
Just
respeto
for cordiality and
profesional.
professional respect,
Bernardita
therefore,
Tornero, directora de la Escuela de Pedagogía de la Universidad de los Andes, Paula Blosano, decana de la Facultad de Educación de la Universidad de Diego Portales. Ambas universidades están invitadas acá porque queremos colaborar y porque también han tenido experiencia instalando un modelo de formación docente basada en la práctica. Esa es la razón. Más si ustedes giraran, van a encontrar entre ustedes personas que también lo están haciendo. La Universidad de las Américas está precisamente en ese cambio de un currículum basado en la práctica. Estoy mirando ahí a María Jesús Loreto. La Universidad del Desarrollo, lleva un buen tiempo, 10 años, si no me equivoco, 10 años. Está Kyumi Matsumoto, que fue la directora de formación práctica de la Universidad del Desarrollo, responsable de ese cambio. Jesús también la ayudó. Josefina Santa Cruz, quizás nos está mirando. Está la María Luisa Salazar, Claro, y bueno, la Universidad Católica de Chile, que comenzó esto hace 14 años, y Magdalena estuvo ayer y no pudo estar hoy día, pero Magdalena Miller tradujo este maravilloso libro, que además tiene artículos escritos por Sara y por Janet. O sea, hay muchos en esta sala y afuera tomando o preguntándonos cómo podemos incorporar estas cosas, más hoy día que hicimos, y cierro el paréntesis largo, para que lo que queremos hacer ahora es también, y Sara lo está haciendo, llevar la conversación a nuestro contexto y aprovechar estas dos experiencias, más la que la Universidad de Sebastián ha hecho de forma implícita, tomando algunas decisiones, pero que queremos ser más explícitos en esa instalación de un modelo docente basado en la práctica. Bien, así que demos inicio al panel. ¿Más preguntas, comentarios? Había una mano lenta.
Sí, bueno, mi pregunta es para asociar la trampa de los dos mundos que mencionaba recién en este dilema de la formación docente. Pensando en, por ejemplo, que ya hay dos temas que son interesantes pero difíciles de abordar, que justamente es la equidad y la inclusión. Y en este espacio, quisiera ver cómo lo han revisado en relación a cuál sería el rol de nuestros profesores en formación en los centros de práctica, pensando en si lo han visualizado como si ellos serían los llamados a promover la equidad y la inclusión, como evangelizando en estas dos temáticas en los centros de práctica, o habría que primero mirar el centro de práctica para que este espacio también sea un espacio para fortalecer estos conceptos. No sé si se entiende la pregunta, como nuestros profesores en formación deberían ser estos evangelizadores en estos dos conceptos o términos, independiente de si es que no tiene desarrollado el establecimiento, o habría que poner primero foco en el establecimiento para que la inserción de los profesores en formación puedan desarrollar bien esos aspectos.
In a better fashion. You need to start with the school, like the alignment with the school and their vision about the things you want to provoke, or you need to start with the teacher candidates and they like the evangelists.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the central questions we have had about everything
sobre
in
todo,
teacher,
en realidad,
right? Is it reasonable to imagine that a novice to a profession should or could transform the institution that they are entering, that they know very little about, and are still new to that space? To what extent can we actually expect that of them, or should we expect that of them? To what extent is that fair to them? And or to what extent are they capable of doing that in a context? And I think we have to take a both-and approach, personally. I'm interested in what you all think. Like, we can't just be thinking about teacher candidates, novice teachers, as the change agents of schools. We have to also take responsibility for the schools themselves and do work. And this is where I think your work is super helpful in thinking about this, because most of it is with practicing teachers. If we only work with novice teachers, we're going to consistently fail in implementation, because they're not the best at changing the cultures that they're just entering. They're new to them. So pairing the work we do with novice teachers with practicing teachers, I think, is pivotal. Would you agree?
I very much agree. One of the things, in addition to not being very expert in their practice yet, they also have limited power in the school. And so we're setting them up for failure if they're going to be the change agent when they go in. In a lot of the work that we do, we're building professional learning communities within a school or across schools in the same district. And we have people of different levels of experience, different levels of authority. And we start the conversations in those professional learning communities with explicit conversations about power and authority in the group, and whose sphere is it to make which decisions, and who needs to listen to whom. And they start that just at a professional level, so that then they can take things into the classroom that model a lot of things that relate to social justice and equity. If you don't acknowledge who has the power and authority and what the impact of that is, then you can't begin to make changes in the system. One of the schools I worked with a couple of years ago, this was a group that had done a lot of work, studying their own biases, going to workshops about that. They were very thoughtful and very well schooled. They had not yet sat down and had a conversation with each other about the role of power and authority and how that limited
decisions in the school and decisions in the classroom. And so by having that explicit conversation, they could impact, like if you think about Sarah's chart and those instructional decisions and what you do next, there's a whole nother set of arrows around the outside that happen with who your principal is and who your department chair is and places where you're influenced in addition to that circle that's going on in your classroom. So I think I'm starting to be repetitive, so I want to pass the mic on.
Bueno. Panel entonces, Paula, ¿qué ha hecho la UDP con este modelo y el trabajo que han tenido con Janet?
Bueno, primero, buenas tardes ya a todos y todas. Bueno, saludar acá Bernardita, Víctor, agradecer y saludar a Janet, a Sara y en especial a ti, Víctor, agradecer no solo haberme invitado a ese seminario, pero también invitar a esa colaboración. No, yo creo que esa universidad tiene mucha suerte de tenerte a ti acá. Yo sé que está recién llegando, pero no tengo duda que va a hacer un excelente trabajo y es muy genuino, ¿no? Tu voluntad y tu esfuerzo de colaboración, así que se valora, en especial en un ambiente tan competitivo que es el sistema de educación superior en Chile, las pedagogías, etcétera. Entonces,
thank you so much.
También quisiera relevar la importancia tanto de fondo como de forma de ese seminario. ¿No? Fue muy interesante.
It was very interesting.
Fondo porque estamos hablando del corazón de lo que hacemos en un nivel de detalle y profundidad increíble. Pero también lo estamos haciendo modelando buena práctica, ¿no? También pasándolo bien,
having a good time as well.
Y creo que esta combinación es muy potente. Lo que hicimos en la UDP, bueno, no fui yo sola, aparte de la colaboración, hemos trabajado a 4 años, estamos trabajando con Janet, también el equipo de la UDP, no sé si todos que estaban en la mañanita están acá, pero sí veo Germán, Romina, Ruth, Carmen, Valentina, Jorge, están Valentina, Jorge, Alicia y muchos que están online. ¿Dónde está la cámara?
Where's the camera there?
Wow. Hola. Después voy a revisar ahí en el Zoom de Víctor la asistencia.
The attendance list there,
ellos han sido responsables, más que yo diría, porque como dije a Víctor, nosotros decanos solucionamos problemas y la parte más entretenida lo hacen los que nos tienen que solucionar tantos problemas. Todos solucionamos. ¿Qué hacemos en la UDP? Yo creo que lo que hicimos en la UDP fue algo muy similar de lo que hicimos acá hoy y de lo que hizo la Janet con nosotros, que es empezar una conversación informada y profunda, ¿no? Y que refleje nuestra propia práctica. Y esa conversación empezó con un núcleo central de la dirección de las carreras y de la facultad, en un trabajo de un año y medio con Janet, en el marco también de un FDI. Así que esto ayuda y quería relevar la importancia de este fondo del Ministerio de Educación que tiene un área específica para pedagogía. Entonces yo insto a que postulen porque creo que es una gran oportunidad, porque parte de nuestro problema es que no tenemos plata, recursos, ¿cierto? Y ahí no ayuda, no es tanto, pero ayuda mucho.
Y esto, o sea, entonces empezamos a estudiar y traer ese conocimiento o esa experiencia de Estados Unidos para el contexto chileno. Lo bueno, y le dije ayer, es que ya habían experiencias en Chile, como la experiencia de la Católica, de la UDD, algo que Víctor Bernardita estaban haciendo en Los Andes respecto a cómo trabajar las prácticas, que nos ayudó a hacer cosas similares o no hacer algunas cosas que ustedes habían hecho. Y creo que también ahora tener una experiencia más de cosas que haríamos de nuevo y cosas que a lo mejor haríamos distinto en la UDP también. Lo otro es que para nosotros fue muy importante en esa conversación poner nuestro sello. Trademark. Signature, ¿no? Que es la justicia social como algo transversal a la formación de nuestras y nuestros profesores y profesoras. Así que poder pensar eso, y ahí me dejaste un homework gigante, Sarah. Oh my God. A mí no, a todos que están acá, los que están escuchando. Y eso fue súper importante y fue muy interesante trabajar con la Janet porque ella nos alimentaba de las cosas que creíamos que eran relevantes, que era para nosotros, que a lo mejor son distintas en distintas universidades
in the United States and in Chile. The other thing is to lower the expectations of time for things to transform. I think that Janet and Sarah mentioned this already. We had 3 years. We were awarded the PMI in January 2020, so you may imagine that everything that we had planned, we had to change. And we had to do things, much more important things during the pandemic than to submit a PMI. But what we achieved nevertheless, we achieved this, we could do it, but we had planned in the PMI to carry out everything in 3 years. And we didn't even do half. Not just due to the pandemic, because to have a profound conversation and to change not just beliefs and practice, we need time and we need collaboration, dialogues, meetings, trial and error, these sort of things. So the first thing that I would say is do not hurry, because the process is very important. Take your time. We also decide to keep focused. That's just another lessons learned that we had. We discussed very much with, at least during the beginning, with the people from the Católica University, and we focused on certain practices, somehow a little bit what Sarah does and Janet does as well, some which are transversal and very deep and very fundamental, discussion, productive discussion, station of thought, working in small groups, and formative assessment. It seems little, but we haven't even finished the fourth yet in the implementation model that we're actually creating. So, and the way from the central part of the faculty, we lower this to the teachers, thinking if we can lower this. It was the same way that we did it with Janet. In other words, listening, changing on the fly, bring in something that was very interesting to lower the resistance, because one believed not being explicit on some polemical or resistance that the academics could have on the essential practices is totally on the contrary. We requested to Janet, we want a text which criticizes the essential practices to say why it's wrong. And we translated a paper there saying everything, the reasons why it was wrong, and we discussed what makes sense from this. I mean, how it's improved, maybe the discussion from the essential practices in the United States by some academics who criticize these practices, etc. And to make this, but not in a rush, But teachers took their time formally. Only next week they're going to do this. We started off in 2020. Only next year we will formally be present in these practices in all subjects somehow, of all careers of the faculty. But teachers or professors, as we started working, we did a lot of teacher training, a lot of workshops, dialogues, meetings, all collective spaces. We're practicing these. I went back to slide number 1. Jorge was helping me with this. Remember 2020 we were awarded a PMI and FDI, all this? Because there's always something new. People are looking at their mobile phone, they didn't hear, so you repeat it many times, the same thing over and over. But we had this seminar with Janet here. Very interesting, by the way. The academic world, they met Janet live, because we were all online back then in 2022. We actually managed to bring her here. But professors and teachers were implementing already, but voluntary, by the way. But we're creating some sort of a conversation on essential practices. And let people to criticize, to complain, or for them to relax on that a little bit. Maybe it's just me for being Brazilian. Maybe it helped. You know, I'm not very chilled, eh? I just pretend to be. And the last thing I wanted to say, what we did also is to work with schools. We learned a little bit from the Los Andes University, and Diego Portales or Del Desarrollo has another one. It's a program for mentors, basically, and in that program that we had in the FDI, one of the modules was productive discussion. It wasn't very much. I mean, I don't know if it was very few people. Valentina there, she was helping us, and she's a professor of this program. Miss Mardones, who's the tutor. Well, that was also very important. So obviously we did not change straight away, but it was just share the common language. I think that's another thing, really. And movements and everything, and etc. And to work very much with teacher trainees, and to work with different disciplinary subjects of the faculty. And lastly, and once again, I'd like to repeat, the process is important. I think the most important thing of all, though, and you can count with Victor, Bernardita, other universities here present, all the academic world, to share these experiences, which according to Janet is amazing, she said yesterday. I'm Brazilian as well. I'm not a self-flagellation. I don't believe in self-flagellation like Chileans do. Los chilenos son muy críticos de ellos mismos. Not for them, not even. I'm sorry about everything, just criticizing everything. But I'd like to thank, nevertheless, Victor again for this initiative of collaboration. It does not mean that we have to learn a lot. I mean, what Sarah said today. I mean, Jorge is desperate already. Look at him. I know. I knew it, because we're way behind. We're actually saying these things, right? But I think we still need that depth, which will happen. Thank you very much, Victor, Bernadette, and everyone.
Ahora yo? Ya. Yo voy a contar.
So I'm going to tell you about. I'm not such a good politician as Paula. Maybe something from our different universities. UDP is different to mine. She's always teaching me how to better handle this thing. So I'm just going to get to the point, and I'm going to tell you in a very short way our experience in our university and how this link to this broader idea of collaboration at an institutional level. Okay, so in my shin. Okay, cool. So in 2018, we started incorporating this practice-based model in our education courses in Los Andes University, and that entailed define a curriculum that could, in a way, determine what were the teaching goals in creating skills, teaching skills, in a general broad, and to create a methodology. And there we incorporated everything we know from everything we know now from practice-based, like simulation in the university as a key component. From the trainee is in a safe space where he can anticipate what is the transfer of a skill that he himself is developing to a real teaching context. So that meant change our internal methodology, work in a more collaborative way with our practice centers, because we needed to create these spaces for transfers. Simulation has a lot of advantages, but it still is an unreal space where we don't have, and I really enjoy the way Janet put the context in a particular context for a particular goal, and that in the end are all the ingredients that you don't have in a simulation, right? So there we did a major job setting up links, closer links with our practice centers that allowed all of our trainees teachers to practice in real classroom what they have simulated before in the university, and also to record that practice, because something that was very important was that video for a teacher candidate. The video for them has two major components. One is to be able to analyze your own methodology and get feedback. That was something that we were doing very infrequently, because when we had on-site supervision, we went to schools maybe once a month or once every 2 months per trainee. So what the trainer saw was a real situation with a real classroom, but it was very infrequent. So we decided to incorporate a remote feedback. So we have the Canvas platform called Studio, and I mention this because a lot of universities can use Canvas as an LMS, and that remote feedback that was more frequent from the mentor in the university allowed our trainees to receive a feedback that was more summarized and it was more realistic, and also at the same time to install video and self-analysis of your methodology. It was a part of continuous professional development, because service teachers has to do that, to continue to improve, and analyzing your own classes and see the achievement of learning by their student is part of its own feedback, and we want to ingrain this in our student. For example, Janet, the teachers that work with Janet, because CSET, it is a center that it is focused in professional development. So they work in a place where they have opportunities for professional development, but we have a lot of teachers that are alone in their classrooms. And we don't know if that will be the reality of our student that will be teacher in the future. So we wanted to give them a tool for continuous professional development. So, and the third element was training the trainers, the people who train, those that receive the novel teachers, and they are really involved in improving the young teachers. It was a PhD that is offered. It is a course that is free for our the people that trained the teachers, and they have to spend a lot of time there, and then they have to go to classrooms and to observe. So they have genuine concern to help the young teachers. So it was a long way, but we have a long way to go still. And I would like to take this instance to motivate our team and our collaboration team as institutions. There's way too much evidence and theoretical models and a lot of evidence that how when we put this into practice and this generate a meaningful impact in the rates and the speed of teachers learning, whether in practice or in theory. So maybe because of our Chilean culture where we are very self-critical, we have to think in what we need to do still as a way for continuous growth. Because if we're trying to teach that to our teachers, I really hope, and I tell everybody, I hope that we are never felt that we have done enough. There's always more to do. So what have they done that we have still to do? So I'm very happy, not only this collaboration, but rather friendship and relationship, because I think this kind of relationship helps trust between institutions, and we have to start with this kind of method in our disciplinary courses. We have a long way to go to strengthen the first 3 steps and take them into practice, and especially in formulating and making practices that is based in pedagogical judgment. And what Sarah said, once you make a judgment call, then you generate an action, you generate a dilemma. So that is a never-ending process. It can be exhausting if you think about it, but it's fascinating because that is the essence of being a teacher. So thinking about execution as the end process is no good for us, because at the end, any teacher practice, it happens within a context. And we need for our teachers, once they enter schools, they have enough tools to make their own judgments. And if we don't give them the foundations, that won't happen. Because only to have a strategy that's not going to work in a context, then you don't give them the tools to adapt their strategy to this new context. So I think that was the main things that I wanted to talk, to have a model in paper, because in practice, if we go to our own classroom, I don't want to go into what the K-12 system is yet, but when we have our problem solved, then I will be confident enough and morally prepared to move into the K-12 system. But we have a lot of potential for growth, and that is what should motivate us to be an engine for change and improvement. So it is important for us to be very collaborative with other institutions, because the experience that you share, that is the base to generate a community for learning and knowledge transfers, because they are very relevant in the K-12 system and the university system, because university culture from our institutions are not collaborative in nature. And to move forward in this way, we need to work together. And that will be a model from us to our students, because then the scholar system also needs to work in collaborative ways. So we have to be examples. So I'm very hopeful, and I like this instance where we have a milestone, where we have a lot of faculties, education faculties, under one roof, thinking together on how to move forward to build a country that is more equitable, where our students will be an asset and they will be a positive change for their student down the way, to have a country that is have more social equity, because in the end we have seen the high leverage or practitioner and social practice. We are using different words, but we have the same purpose. So we have to generate these kind of instances where we can learn faster, because we're learning together. And now I'm telling those in an administrative role to eliminate barriers in the university system so we can work together, and that way we will learn faster. Thank you so much.
Do you have any questions for?
¿Alguna pregunta? ¿Alguna pregunta trabajando con o comentarios? We need a mic. Can you tell them to give them the mic? I love to speak without microphone. I'm getting signals, but whatever. So, what he mentioned. So, if you could. Tanto Sara y yo trabajamos en un consorcio de prácticas esenciales que eran muchas universidades en Estados Unidos, donde creo que fortaleció el trabajo que yo estaba haciendo en ese momento. Fue maravilloso tener colegas compartiendo ideas, compartir las luchas que estaban teniendo. Nuestro consorcio se enfocó en investigación más que en...
That research was based in practices we were doing. So anything you can do to continue your collaborations and your sharings of ideas, it doesn't have to involve people from far away. You should build that community here so you can work within your context and learn from each other. You should start trying to think about what you can publish. There's fantastic work going on here, and we don't only have to pull from US sources. We should be pulling from Chilean sources. So I just want to encourage you to continue the wonderful collaboration and spirit of learning from each other that we've been a part of all week. So let Sarah have some words.
I just want to second everything that Janet said. It's been such a pleasure to be here all week learning from teacher educators across the institutions that I've had the chance to meet with and talk with. You all are doing really fascinating, interesting work, and I've gotten smarter every moment that I've had the chance to chat with you all. I mean, Janet just said it doesn't need to include people from far away, but I think it should. I think it should, because I've learned so much, and I want to keep learning with and from all of you. And the more I have the opportunity to be inside of conversations and inside of classrooms with other people, the smarter I get about all of this. So I just want to thank you for welcoming us into your conversations. And I'm just thrilled and excited that you all are going to continue that work with one another, because there's so much that I think we have yet to learn as an international community about how to use each other's wisdom to improve our own contexts, because we're in it together. I mean, we're all in this work together in some really important ways. Schooling is about building society. And in that way, teacher education is actually about building society itself, not just opening doors for kids and their ambitions, but about changing the actual systems and structures in which we live. So the work we're doing here is not trivial. It's really, really, really important work, and you all are doing so many exciting things inside of that, and I just feel very grateful to be inside of your work in the ways that you've welcomed me into it this week.
Tenemos 15 minutos más y quiero preguntas, ¿no? Pero bueno, puedo comentar, sí, experiencia. Bueno, Paula me dice, habla, ok. La Universidad San Sebastián, la Facultad de Educación, ha venido, diría, un buen tiempo pensando sobre el 2000, si no me equivoco, estoy mirando ahí a Milena, 2022-23, ¿no? Hay una definición de modelo formativo donde ponen en el centro la formación práctica, y dentro de la formación práctica especialmente ciertos dispositivos, artefactos, actividades como la simulación en el espacio universitario como una preparación para luego lo que ocurre en los centros de práctica en los colegios. Hay programas en particular que han tomado la simulación y la han implementado de una manera bastante notable. O sea, hay programas que han tomado la simulación no solo como una preparación, sino como un enactment itself, o sea, como algo que... Porque además hay ciertas particularidades de los programas que tienen menos práctica, más práctica. Por el tamaño que tenemos, nosotros formamos alrededor de 5.000 profesores en Chile. Y esto implica para los equipos de práctica ubicar en promedio 2 profesores por centro de práctica, así que tenemos 2.500 centros de práctica. Solo en Santiago, centro de práctica son 800, porque además los centros de práctica cambian semestral o trimestralmente. So, me encanta el silencio de la sala, porque es como, ok. Entonces, quizás estoy exagerando un poco los números, pero quizás, gracias Milena, gracias Marcia. Pero entonces, respecto a nuestra fase de desarrollo, y esto va a tomar tiempo, porque lo queremos hacer bien, yo diría que estamos en una fase 2, ya hay una conversación instalada y una necesidad sentida de que nos interesa este enfoque de formación basada en la práctica. 2, hay ciertas decisiones que hemos tomado que han sido muy importantes, como por ejemplo la simulación como un espacio importante en la formación en este ciclo, y también lo importante respecto a lo que ocurre en los centros de práctica.
During the internship. So we have a major challenge because of the big numbers that I mentioned of our system.
Y yo trabajando en otra universidad también en el centro de práctica,
I work in another
si no
university in our internship program, and without school, nothing is going to work. So we have to solve problem, and this is the first one. What are the conditions?
Para que ocurra
so your cycle happens, and your elements. The core elements can happen in a school. So there's an issue with structure. Alejandro Carrasco, Dean from Catholic University, said that any internship system to be effective has to be expensive, difficult to implement,
but it's
extremely important. So I think we have to put dead center first, the relevance of the processes, and then parallel we install these elements, and I think everybody will agree. We are in that phase now, but at the same time, and my team is going to tell me if I'm going too fast or too slow, is the question, well, what formative model are we going to use, we're going to adapt to the reality of our teachers, of these almost 5,000 students that will become teachers. 3/4 of them, and you do the math on that, 3/4 of them are technicians in kindergarten, pedagogical teachers that have decided to study teachers. And that only lasts 2 years, which makes it more complex. And those are people that are already working in schools, and for the kindergarten teacher with boys and girls, and we don't use dolls. You can laugh, but to use simulation, you had to buy dolls. They bought tools for CPR.
Perdón, palabra más elegante. Ojo que en otras instituciones he visto
but I've seen in other institutions I've seen those.
Para cambiar. Okay. El late show. Entonces, tenemos una tremendísima oportunidad que ya la estamos aprovechando, y es cómo transformamos esa experiencia real
that real experience of these technicians in kindergarten,
no solo oportunidad para
an opportunity not only to practice,
sino para encontrar un dilema,
but to find a dilemma,
desarrollar el juicio
develop professional judgment,
tomar una decisión,
then make a decision and solve the cycle. And I think that there's where our next challenge lays. And then we have psychopedagogical students that are in the same boat, but they're changing their role.
They
no longer work as a mentoring in a one-on-one, in a non-scholarly context, but rather in a formal scholarly with 30 or 40 students. And this is going to take a while, mentioning that this is a process, but we have a huge opportunity of getting closer to residency program and to see how the experience that they already have, that is a real experience, is the main device to teach them with what models, not so instructional function, but to find the dilemma, take judgment, make decision, and then find another dilemma. And I think that's our team. Did I say it right? I'm only here for 9 months, so you can be explain it better. So that's from me. Questions, comments, critiques. This is the moment.
Hay una pregunta pendiente de Marcia. Hola, sí, a mí se me quedó una pregunta.
Yes, there was a question that had the tip of my tongue, and within this panel they've discussed it a little bit. But basically my question is, the challenges that have been mentioned to mobilize essential practices, to mobilize our trainees to these essential practices, basically. Now, challenges for us as trainers as well. How we, as trainers, we mobilize ourselves in these same essential practices, in our knowledge of these essential practices. And the Dean of the University, Diego Portales, I forgot your name, Paula, she commented this a little bit, and I was thinking about that element itself. I heard also by Dr. Christian Cox as well, who mentioned how complex, and Tatiana Cisternas, who were commenting on this, that training trainers does not have is the same as professional development of teaching, because it has other complexities, other levels of complexities. So my question basically is, in your experience, how have you implemented this change, or the shift of beliefs or practices in the level of the academic world who trainers?
Actually,
well,
not me.
No you are,
¿Quién de la UDP quiere contestar
who'd
esa
like to
pregunta?
answer this question from that same establishment?
Jorge, el director de
Jorge is
currículum y docencia de la
director
facultad,
from the faculty of,
que se preocupa
who's
del
in charge of all the
currículum, de la
curriculum
formación y de nuestra docencia.
and
Así
our
que
teaching as well. So
el experto
he's the
mío.
expert.
Bueno, sabía que me ibas a dar
I knew you were going to give me the floor.
Para nosotros fue un gran
For us, it was a
desafío
huge
esta
challenge, this transition
en la formación en
on
prácticas esenciales,
essential
que está
practices
pensada
training that are
para un
thought for a school
incluso muchas
context.
veces
In fact, many times,
más específicas
no
en términos
specific
de
understanding
método
on
o
methods,
aproximaciones
techniques, or
prácticas,
practical
están muy
exercises
relacionadas con
are
el
very much
trabajo de
related
niños y
to
niños
work with children.
poca edad, ¿no es cierto?
Well,
6,
young
7,
children, 6, 7, 8, 10 years old.
Entonces, ¿cómo
So,
nosotros abordamos?
how we
Porque para
tackle
nosotros
this,
era
because for us it's
fundamental
fundamental that
que
100% of our
pudiéramos
teachers
aprender,
understood
incluso pudiéramos avanzar,
and
que
could
modelaran
even model
las prácticas
the
esenciales
essential
con sus
practices with their
estudiantes en cursos
students
que no son,
in courses
entre
which are
comillas,
not
tan prácticos,
so
son
practical in
cursos
brackets,
de política
like
educativa,
educational policies and courses on
contenidos más duros,
more
¿no?
hard context, let's say, in more theoretical.
Entonces, lo que hicimos
So
en
what
el
we
fondo fue
did
transitar
is to change towards
ejemplos y bajadas
examples
más,
and
aterrizadas
more
al
landing
contexto de
information to
estudiantes
the context of university students. So how to use essential practices with university students more than school children. So we had like a double version of approximation to training. On one hand, we had the whole group of teachers who worked on the lines of practices and didactical work of different disciplines in training processes more linked to how to teach essential practices than to be implemented in the classroom. And all the rest of the academics participating in other words of training them, which had to do on how to use them with their university students. So we did this double, took that double path. We're in the process at the moment, in fact. We realized during this work, this trajectory, as our dean said, the process has been fundamental to realize about this learning, which a colleague mentioned yesterday, in fact. that even though that the process has led us to realize things that we weren't doing as best as possible, well, we wouldn't be doing it well if we had taken those first decisions in the first place. So those elements which did not work out in the first round has helped us very much to understand how to do it better the next round. So we've been transforming or adjusting our way of approximating to teacher training. Trainers, as you say, and at the same time without losing sight on how to teach our students this for this classroom, how to work on those 2 levels. Just to complement a little bit, just to give you a concrete example here. Now, the subjects that we have to talk about, such as a faculty within our daily training programs, for example, the use of mobile phones in the university classrooms, AI, social emotional contention. Do we do this? Modeling a productive discussion, modeling the pre-core practice in working in small groups. And we do this after that we discuss the topic or whatever we have to talk about. We debrief, we reflect on the practice. That has worked on it with us. So unfortunately, we have to close this panel. We will have some time afterwards. So the last round of applause, please, for all of yourselves, even everyone on the panel, and for the organizing team. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Sarah. And hasta luego. See you luego. See you soon. Thank you very much for coming. And protocols. We have tokens for of our appreciation, of course.
El foto final también, of course.
And of course, a photograph.
¿Podemos tomar una foto
a ellos que han participado? Yo creo que eso, sí.
Puede ser un video.
Pero así saludando, pues chiquillos, eso sí. Se queda parte de una comunidad, no se salvan después.
Ya.
Muchas gracias por venir, que estén muy bien.
Thank you very much and have a great day. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, there's a protest outside here. So please exit this way towards. You'll be briefed how to go because everything's okay right now, but there will be a manifestation due to the